We have agreed, comrade, yesterday that we're starting at 9. Let's not take decisions when we're not prepared to implement them. I have asked as early as 9:10 that leaders that are here must go and correct their leader, their delegation. So you're giving us no choice but to continue with the report of the Secretariat. Nopal, can you come and present?
Comrade delegates, national office bearers of the Union, leaders of COSATU and its affiliates, leaders of the ANC present here, and leaders of the South African Communist Party, representatives of the Mass Democratic Movement, leaders of our World Federation of Trade Unions, distinguished guests, former national office bearers, comrades and friends, revolutionary greetings to one and all. Once again, we welcome to you all to this 12th National Congress of our Union, the National Education, Health and Allied Workers Union of Bheki Mkhize and Urom Jobon, ahead of the 54th conference of the ANC at Nazareth here in Joburg. A lot has since happened politically and socio-economically in the country. This report shall cover the international context, assessment of the national democratic revolution, both political and socio-economical, as well as the state of the organization since our last Congress. Therefore, the Congress shall have an opportunity to reflect on our work on all these fronts. Our 12th National Congress is, of course, going to pass a resolution covering all the pillars of our work and elect the new national leadership of our Union. This resolution shall enrich our strategic policy perspective, which we are also tabling in this Congress for adoption. And this is an important milestone in the strengthening the Union, as we are now going to have a medium-term strategic vision to focus our work. Another milestone is the fact that we finally accomplished the writing of NEHAWU history book, In the Belly of the Beast, which we are launching during this Congress. This is indeed an important accomplishment of the Union, considering the fact that we are finally fulfilling a resolution passed by our 6th National Congress. Our 12th National Congress coincides with the 150th anniversary of the birth of one of South African extraordinary and pioneering leaders, Comrade Charlotte Maxeke. This revolutionary legend was the first black South African woman to obtain a science degree, who was a delegate to the ANC founding conference in 1912 and was a founder of the Bantu Women's League, a forerunner to the ANC Women's League. In this age of corruption and the state capture, perhaps it is important to always remember the words of Mama Maxeke. We quote, "The work is not for yourself. kill that spirit of self, and do not live above your people, but live with them. If you can rise, bring someone with you, close quote. Comrades, we are also meeting during the celebration of the 100th anniversary of our vanguard, the South African Communist Party, for which we have a special event during this Congress. Our 12th National Congress is taking place under the shadow of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has devastated the world, especially the working class. In our country, thousands of our frontline workers, including our own members, have perished whilst in active duty, virtually around the clock, defending millions of our people infected by coronavirus. We pay tribute to them and all those who survived and continue to occupy their workstations, not only healthcare, but across all the public service. More than any occurrences in the current epoch of a crisis-ridden global capitalism, the COVID-19 pandemic exposed the immorality and the systematic limits inherent in a society that puts profits before people. It has also exposed how humanity has become so extremely interdependent economically across continents through the vast network of supply chains, which are now interfering with the nature in such an extreme way that in turn capitalism is putting humanity at the risk of perishing as nature retaliates. On international context, I won't be reading, comrades, I will just zoom in because I'm under pressure. NOBs have said that I must try my level best to summarize as form of catching up with time. So I will try my best. We are pleased to report that in spite of all sorts of difficulties obtaining in the last period, the fundamental international task of the National Union, one, advancing internationalism, two, support struggles of the oppressed, and three, striving for working class solidarity, were preserved as the hallmarks of our union, both in our analysis and in action consistently in the period since the 11th National Congress. The National Union made serious headways in the implementation of its program. On behalf of the World Federation of Trade Unions, our president, Ndate Mzwandile Makwaiba, delivered his first address to the plenary of ILO 107th International Labour Conference on Monday, the 4th June 2018. The president underlined the importance of guaranteeing the fundamental rights and the trade union freedoms of workers. He added that this alone was insufficient and that what is also needed is constant vigilance and class struggle against monopolies and their devastating policies for the workers, close quote. The General Secretary, Comrade Zola Sapeta, was also unanimously elected as the GS of the Public Service and Allied Trade Union International of the Wftu in Larnaca, Cyprus, and they both continue to uphold the banner of the class-oriented trade union movement on the union's behalf. At all levels in our constitutional structures, we believe we have adequately covered a wide range of commitments regarding the international situations, and these include developing a much more coherent perspective on the character of the world situation, as well as identifying the main political and ideological trends in the face of imperialist globalization, assessing the global capitalist crisis, its effect on growing inequalities, global poverty, and rising unemployment, updating ourselves on the changes in the capitalist economy and the crisis of neoliberalism within the still relevant 5 points which were shared by Lenin through the Leninist definitional framework of imperialism, analyzing the class structure of African society in the development of modern monopoly capitalism, celebrating the achievements and lessons from the Great October Russian Revolution on the occasion of its 100th anniversary, evaluating the principal reversal in the Soviet Union-led bloc of socialist forces, and examining a counter-hegemonic pole against imperialism within a monopoly, multipolar global architecture. Investing and learning from the decline in the position of the liberation movement in Africa, reanimation of TUI, its structures, and taking forward a review of working people's struggle in every continent and region towards the strengthening of the Wftu, along with the public service and allied TUI. Making a constructive contribution to the international strategy of our federation, COSATU, as well as to both the ANC and the SACP, including where possible in shaping government foreign policy. Strengthening our collaboration with fraternal unions worldwide and paying close attention to regional political developments in Africa, the Middle East, Europe, Asia, Latin America, and Northern America, and taking up the requisite campaigns on the basis of our theory and Congress resolutions. Congress delegates, we believe that out of these modest endeavors, we have come very close, if not correctly estimating the balance of power global. As a trade union, we have made a contribution on the tactics of the struggle in the NDR and socialism. The international trade union and the working class movement is in a stronger position for radical intervention to change the world. In this regard, it is important to highlight a couple of observations about the changing international situation, on the basis of which there is a shared analysis with our federation, our vanguard party, the South African Communist Party, and the Wftu. Firstly, there isn't any single facet of the world capitalist system that is not locked up in this long, deep crisis. Secondly, as a result of this, the rate of exploitation is now much higher and constantly increasing. Thirdly, in every part of the world, the working class is made the battering ram of the crisis. Fourthly, millions of working families' livelihoods have been destroyed, and for those who make incomes, their purchase power is drastically reduced. The organization and social mobilization of resistance is present and growing in every country, including the epicenter of the imperialist crisis itself in the United States, France, Britain, and others. In the absence of a Soviet bloc, the close cooperation of both China and Russia along the BRICS countries provides a pole for multipolar political counterbalance to the United States-led aggression of imperialism. This factor and the numerous achievements of a thriving Chinese socialism gives added impetus to a more hostile and anti-China American attitude, whose decadent capitalism is all but decaying and unable to provide for humanity's most basic needs. But imperialism has not given up in confronting any opposition to its pursuit of global hegemony based on unipolar dominance over the world international system. In countries such as India, Brazil, and South Africa, neoconservative ideological forces are on the rise and in many respects commands overall political influence. The last point that we are making here, with the centenary of the Great October Socialist Russian Revolution in 2017, millions of people across the world are showing increased hope in the future of socialism. Build it now. Socialism. Socialism. As I said, comrade, I will try to run through and summarize. From page 4 of book number 2 to page 8, we are making critical points under the global capitalist crisis. That the capitalist economic crisis that emerged around 207 is in every shape and form a relatively sustained crisis going well beyond the second decade without any sign of its demise. This crisis has a devastating impact on workers, their livelihoods, and incomes that have gradually been eroded. We underline the distressing reality of economic crisis under capitalist production and the precursor position of the working families. That the origin of the crisis ignited in the imperialist epicenter, the United States, by the supreme residential mortgage crisis that gave rise to the collapse of the housing market. That the whole decade was also an epoch of low economic growth and the bloodbath of job losses, with both poverty and inequality increasing several fold. That the developing countries, including South Africa, the interventions have been in strict compliance with IMF, World Bank rating agencies, neoliberal dictates. Hopefully, what the president is celebrating of the country as an agreement with the United States of America will also be in the context within the point that we are making here. That the world commodity prices are also falling. Our world economy pursuit targets, the IMF project, a 6% world economic growth for the rest of 2021, a turnaround from a recession of about 3.3% growth in sub-Saharan, 6.7 in Latin America, and 5.5 in Europe. World unemployment that has increased by 33 million to 222 million over the period of the COVID pandemic. Over 64 million unemployed youth worldwide, and in total, 145 million young workers live in poverty. Over 82 million people are displaced across the world, and 5.7 million of these are Palestinians, and 42 million are internally displaced. That the appetite remains for global reduction in greenhouse gas emissions as part of the goals of Agenda 2030, the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. That the breakout of COVID-19 pandemic has exposed the world's ruling class that it does not have a strategy to tackle pandemics based on profit-driven healthcare system in countries of the world. Humanity is woefully lacking in social containment of a runaway pandemics to save lives. Social protests against neoliberal economic policies have increased all over the world. The report highlights these actions in different countries and impact thereof. Although working class social, economic, and political demands for food, housing, health, education, dignified incomes, and the hard-won victories of working people for collective bargaining and the right to strike is generating a more favorable correlation of forces, there is a persistent rightward shift in international politics. That the fundamental point to make is that the trade union movement converged around the analysis that is general rightward political shift in many parts of the world that requires intensified exploitation of working people as a basis for the recovery of the system from crisis. And we are making a reflection, an assessment on major international developments in different regions on from page 8 to page 12. Africa, Asia, Latin America, the Middle East, the Europe, and Americas. And on page 12, comrades, we are talking about the importance of strengthening the Wftu work in Africa and also the full implementation of the Nigerian platform and the rebirth of TUI in the continent. We are summarizing issues here as listed in the plan for Africa, reflecting on the need for the strengthening of Wftu regional offices, which are here in South Africa, and the increased participation of COSATU. New affiliates, including the creation of the new sector TUI growth, in membership to new countries, particularly those who represent positive progress for the class-oriented trade union movement. The Wftu World Trade Union Congress is due to be held in 2021, depending on the impact of COVID, particularly as it relates to the travel restrictions in Vietnam. We are also citing the immediate task for the TUI, which NEHAWU ought to support, and that has been supporting, is a response to the capitalist crisis, promoting the unity of workers in action, thirdly, revitalizing the regional structures across the world, fourthly, mobilization of workers in the sector, participation in TUI affiliates program, a vision-based international coordination of TUI affairs, and the last point, increasing the presence of TUI in the world. And there have been some inroads in that regard. We are also, comrade, on page 13, reflecting on COSATU and the Alliance international strategies. We remain positive, comrade, on COSATU international work, although we need to broaden its campaign platform and stimulate activism of all its affiliates. So the point is that the work of COSATU on the international front ought to be supported in full by all COSATU affiliates. There is a strong convergence with an SACP international program. The union discussed extensively the support of ALNEF work in the continent and how that can link with the WFTU. There are positive lessons from this, including a commitment to have more joint international campaign in future. The union also participates in the SACP International Commission, as well as the ANC-NEC subcommittees on international relations. We further reflect, comrade, on the weaknesses of BRICS trade union forums as part of the anti-imperialist movement. The weaknesses of the African Left Network Forum, which we have identified as a second leg to stand on, in addition to a strong trade union movement. The World Peace Council that remains relevantly engaged in combating reactionary wars of imperialism and being the voice of peace in the world. We are also noting the international meeting of Communist and Workers' Party that meets regularly and provide a global platform for articulating shared analysis by the international communist movement. And thanks to the South African Communist Party for the role in terms of shaping the analysis, but also the concrete programs in these platforms. And this, we are reporting that it has met late October this year, and the union anticipates its scientific analysis of the world. The SACP is a regular participant and one of its working group member parties. And we are also listing, comrades, challenges, the difficulties, and the work in progress on this institution on page 14 and page 15, on the Women International Democratic Federation, the World Federation of Democracy Youth, the international organizations such as ILO, WHO, and UNESCO. Comrades would have read this document because this document would have been distributed 2 days ago. So we'll not get into that. On the domestic balance of forces, or what you may like, the National Democratic Revolution. Our report provides an overview on the national political situation as part of our assessment on the NDR in the present conjuncture. This section is organized around 3 thematic subsections. These are the main focal points of discussions that have taken place in meetings of the National Political Commission, NEC, and CEC in the period under review of our union. The point of departure is more is a more theoretical assertion of our perspective of the NDR as a background against which to evaluate the unfolding developments, both ideologically and practical. This is followed by an outline of balance of class and political forces in which the current state of the alliance and the motive force is considered, with a particular attention given to the ANC and the components of the socialist exist, both COSATU and the SACP. As part of assessing the NDR, the socio-economic section of this report then follows this national political section to deal with the state of economy and the strategic policy direction of the current sixth democratic dispensation in the midst of the raging multiple social crises facing our people, as well as developments in our sectoral sides of struggles as NEHAWU. We are making a quote, comrade, from German ideology of 1845, particularly Marx and Engels, that, and it's an important quote that we must ground as we discuss in commission. It's an important point that should inspire us to violently throw capitalism if we are serious about the pursuit of our class interest. We quote, "The ideas of the ruling class are in every epoch the ruling ideas." Close quote. They further said that, open quote, "The class which has the means of material production at its disposal has control at the same time over the means of the mental production," close quote. And that, open quote, "Ideas of those who lack the means of mental production are subject to it," close quote. The persistence of successive ANC governments with neoliberal socio-economic policies over the past 27 years and in the process discarding ANC owns manifesto and progressive economic policies such as RDP and NGP reflects the fact that finance capital in particular, monopoly capital in general, monopoly capital in general is the most decisive social force in the post-apartheid South Africa. In the present conjuncture, this has been reinforced by the sovereign rating agencies and the International Monetary Fund, who are now openly providing an active oversight on government's implementation of an austerity program. Finance capital in the context of our country, finance capital, together with Treasury and the Reserve Bank, they have formed a triangular strategic center that determines economic policies regardless as to who the president of the country is. Early in 2020, in the ANC Lekgotla, Treasury presented a neoliberal economic strategy to replace the economic policy commitments outlined in the ANC's 2019 manifesto without any objection. And all the rhetorical posture about the second radical phase of our transitions went out of the window at that moment. The network engagement on the presidential employment stimulus and the economic reconstruction and recovery plan were not even allowed to tamper with an austerity program that was tabled during the 2020 budget speech, despite the fact that President Cyril Ramaphosa initially was agreeable to the Labour's proposal on the need to increase the stimulus to $1 trillion. However, despite this prevailing power equation that favors capital, in the period under review, the working class secured some gains, which were often agitated for by COSATU, supported by the SACP, indeed introduced by the ANC government. Among others, we can enumerate the following: the National Minimum Wage Act, which came into effect on the 1st January 2019, intended to benefit about 6 million workers earning below 20 rand per hour or 3,000 per month, and its application is now extended to domestic workers, which means that the regulated minimum wage of domestic workers increases by 88% from 2021. The introduction of a bursary scheme to cover tuition, accommodation, and study materials for the post-schooling students from the working class and the rural households in 2018. So we acknowledge and recognize the introduction for that. The tabling of the National Health Insurance Bill in Parliament, the ratification of Convention 190 on the elimination of violence and harassment in the world of work of the International Labour Organization by Parliament. We also recognize the introduction of the Compensation of Injury on Duty Amendment Bill to effect improvements in benefits. The 18th Constitutional Amendment Bill to effect amendments of Section 25 of the Constitution in order to enable the expropriation of land without compensation, which is currently before Parliament. We also make a point, comrades, that our assessment as they are anchored, or as they've been anchored, by the Gramscian analytical category of the organic crisis to appreciate the moment in characterizing the domestic conjuncture that began with the 2009 economic recession. In this regard, we're referring to the period that coincided with the political leadership of Comrade Jacob Zuma in both the ANC and the state, in which the positive aspects and gains of the 1994 democratic breakthrough were increasingly overwhelmed by negative aspects. When social progress is measured by the yardstick of the triple challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequalities. Symptoms of an organic crisis manifested in an extended period of economic stagnation, which was combining and mutually reinforcing with moral decay, dysfunctionality, and the declined legitimacy at the level of the political superstructure. In other words, a period of an all-round state of crisis marked by pervasive corruption networks of state capture, intensified and self-destruction factional clashes within the ANC, massive job destruction, and increased poverty, basic condition which in turn aggravated the further breakdown of the social vibe in which the weakest in society became ever vulnerable to victimization. We also reflect, comrades, that our National Political Commission and executive committees in an analysis concluded that leadership outcomes of the ANC Nasrec conference and subsequent electoral victory of the ANC on the 18th May 2019 disrupted the aggravation of these combined multi-crises and presented an opportunity to pull the country back from the brink of an impulsion, leading to the 4th Special National Congress in 2019. In the special edition of the Bua Komanisi, in which the SACP published a discussion document. The main political document asked at least 3 pertinent questions. Will the new presidential term see wholesale privatization of strategic publicly owned resources and further erosion of workers' rights? Would Ramaphosa's presidency favor capital at the expense of the working class? Or will we have a revamped publicly owned energy and the public owned logistics capacity supported by microeconomic policies that execute self-defeating austerity? These are some of the questions that this Congress will have to answer. However, they do not provide a comprehensive set of criteria required for a balanced assessment. Nonetheless, casting our minds over the period under review, the only response we can provide to these questions at this midterm point is that there have been an accumulation of negative entries into the balance sheet of the sixth undemocratic dispensation. The question is really not whether the president favors capital at the expense of the working class, but that monopoly capital is a hegemonic force and has always been since 1994 in line with what Marx and Engels have to say in the German ideology about government in a capitalist society. Certainly, an offensive has been unleashed to erode the workers' right, with the state leading the charge in this regard. However, on the other hand, when it comes to the fight against corruption, on some of the key demands of the massive Section 77 strike of COSATU in 2018, we have noted some progress. For instance, the establishment of Judicial Commission of Inquiry into allegation of state capture. Decisive action has been taken on boards of SOEs. Some executive managers have been dismissed and criminally charged, and investigations are taking place. Sean Abrahams is gone, and a new NBA head was appointed. Similarly, the former head of Hawks, Nhlemeza, is history. Investigations are underway on SARS, and Tom Moyane is fired. Despite that, we are still continuing to witness some more looting taking place at West in the middle of a public health emergency, such as digital vibe scandal and the large-scale looting across provinces on the procurement of PPEs that are not present where we work, but they continue to be procured. When we need them, we can't find them. Even in the ANC itself, we now confirm that there is a qualitative change after that decisive NEC meeting in March, that took place in March 2021. A number of ANC members stepped aside and others were served with notice of suspension, including the ANC Secretary General and Comrade Ace and the NEC member, Bongo. Comrade, welcome. Comrade Fani, Comrade Bongo. Bongani Bongo is one of those. From page 17 to page 18, comrades, we are reflecting the confidence and ambitions of opposition parties in 2019 elections, expecting the ANC to lose a simple majority. Drawing strength from these results of the results of 2016 local government election, in which the ANC vote collapsed to its lowest ever tally and losing majority in 5 out of 8 metros, which might be the case as counting is continuing. But let's talk about that because we will not be giving an analysis now because counting is taking place. On page 18, we are making a point on the question of balance of forces, not only relates to the line-up of class and political forces in the broader society, but also within the Common Liberation Front, in which there are different motive forces in the national liberation struggle. The alliance and the broader mass democratic movement is such a liberation front in the context of our South African struggles. Maximum unity around the immediate strategic objectives of such fronts of different motive forces is indispensable for a success prosecution of the struggle and the realization of its strategic objectives. We are making a quote of the great General Secretary of the Communist Party of Vietnam, Le Duc, to illustrate alignment and correlation of the motive forces within Common Liberation Front as they do indeed change. And we quote that the classes and strata which come together in a front of struggle usually have different long-term interests and often every contradictory expectation from the immediate phase, close quote. In our context, in South Africa, we are then indicating how this change of coloration of motive forces took place over the post-apartheid transitional phase, in which the working class was increasingly marginalized as the tempo of the struggle declined and the neoliberal tendencies emerged at the helm of the ANC. When we are restating that theoretical background to highlight the fact that the overarching context of the tempo of our struggle at the time of establishment of a democratic government from 1994 and onwards had changed. Correspondingly, the correlation of the motive forces inside the ANC and the alliance completely changed too, to the strategic disadvantage of the working class. This development has further weakened the voice of the working class and displaced its interest within the ANC, even though the strategy and tactics document of the Nasdaq conference states that, we quote, leadership collectives should, as a whole, reflect the motive forces of change and the various centers of power. And I'm sure, Comrade, in commission, we are going to elaborate more here. And it's precisely that point, Comrade, First DGS. We need our vanguard more than ever before. Because Comrade Makwaiba would have said this yesterday, that there is no class that pities the other. We are on our own. Therefore, we have to take a conscious, radical decision that says we must venture into a class struggle to pursue the interests of our class. So I'm making that point because we have observed also a consistent distortion and the abuse of the main objective of the national democratic revolution in favor of this neoliberal agenda. People use in particular for their sake, not for society in totality as expressed in the main objective of the NTR. Therefore, the alliance has necessarily become dysfunctional, and it is characterized by episodes of sharp disagreements on the core socio-economic policies implemented by successive ANC governments, even though the relations are relatively cordial at the moment. This strategic divergence on socio-economic policies has evolved over the years since the manifestation of the strategic rupture of which the SACP spoke about. And the third point is that, yes, indeed, the personalities of the leadership have a bearing on the alliance relations, but ultimately, this strategic divergence is a function of the contradictory interests of the motive force in the liberation front. Therefore, this presents ideological deviation when the ANC embraces neoliberalism in the context whereby the working class has been dislodged as a primary motive force. With regard to the state of the alliance itself, in terms of unity and the cohesion at the operational level in the present conjuncture, there are four features that stand out. The first one is the inter-alliance relations in terms of engagement and public discourse between organizations themselves. There have indeed been some improvements since Nasrec, especially at the national level, but still marked by ad hoc, inconsistent convening of meetings, in some instances at the request from the SACP or COSATU. Secondly, the relations between COSATU and SACP at the national level can also be described as an ad hoc kind of a relation. Although recently there have been joint decisions taken on the need to improve on working together, to systematize meetings and embark on joint mass action programs. Noting as well that the party tends to have strong working relations with some COSATU affiliates than with the federation itself. And this is not a negative reflection on the SACP as such, but on the nature of its mutual relationship with the Federation at the moment. Thirdly, the factions that currently dominate the ANC are united in their anti-working class orientation, and we are citing Nazareth as a living example. As the president of the ANC, in the immediate period after Nazareth, Comrade Cyril pivoted his leadership onto the center ground, trying to be in the middle of the raging ideological contestation between those trying to drive the radical phase in the alliance and the neoliberals within the ANC. Though this balancing act from the midterm point in 2020 of his leadership in the ANC became untenable after the Treasury released a neoliberal economic strategy document and government refused completely to implement Resolution 1 of 2020, which provoked a new cycle of tension and sharp disagreement within the alliance. And I'm sure if we were to have an opportunity to analyze in totality the contributing factors to the voter turnout and the stay away, this becomes a reality. Nonetheless, through the work of the Alliance Secretariat, a document called the Joint Alliance Reconfiguration Platform was endorsed by the Alliance Political Council, comprising the leadership of the Alliance formation, and thus it was adopted by the Alliance in November 2019. This reconfiguration platform defines the shared strategic perspective as follows, we quote, "The National Democratic Revolution is our strategy to complete the liberation of the formerly oppressed Africans in particular, and blacks in general, and to overcome persisting racialized, gendered, and class-articulated inequality, as well as uneven development, unemployment, poverty, and the associated social consequences," close quote. Further, the statement of the plenary session of the Alliance Council, which was released upon the adoption of this joint Alliance Reconfiguration Platform, stated that, we quote, "Our common cause is to ensure that together in unity and action." Our common cause is to ensure that together we are in unity and action. We realize the commitments made in the ANC made 2019 General Election Manifesto. The manifesto was developed by the ANC as the strategic leader of the alliance in consultation with the alliance formation. It was accordingly endorsed by all and then taken to electorate for support on the ballot. The manifesto is therefore a fundamental mandate, close quote. It is ironical that this statement of the plenary of the Alliance Political Council was written and released when Comrade Tito Mboweni had already released the neoliberal economic policy document that undermined the same 2019 ANC manifesto, especially when it comes to the microeconomic policies and economic action plans. As this did not bode well for the joint alliance platform, particularly when confirmed the initial approach of unilateral nature of the ANC on the process of deployment and nomination of the candidates for 2021 local government elections, and the ANC government being hell-bent to reverse the gains of the public service workers. At worst, using the cause to legitimize collective bargaining agreement without any joint alliance decision on the matter. It is our conclusive view that the reconfiguration of the alliance has merely taken place on paper. At best, it is reduced to symbolic meetings of the Alliance Secretariat and the times meetings of the Alliance Political Council that have no tangible material consequences. And below, we highlight the subjective weaknesses of the alliance and the nature of meetings conveniently convened by the ANC on the eve of the elections. So we're listing there, comrade. And we come to what we call the discussion document of the NGC, which was to take place this year. particularly on the organizational renewal document. And we cite, among other issues identified by the document, the first one, which is more relevant now with the outcomes of the local government election. The first one is the loss of confidence in the ANC because of the social distance, corruption, nepotism, arrogance. I don't know. I'm here to be helped. Whether the absence of the ANC in this Congress is not part of the arrogance. I don't know, but the Congress had to characterize that. It can't be an incident. It's done deliberately. Even at the time where the movement is down, it can't interface with its people. So how are we going to get confidence if you behave in that way? Factionalism, manipulating organizational processes, abusing state power, putting self-interest above the people, and the loss of support among sectors such as the middle class, which is a reality here in Gauteng, civil society and social movement, and sections of intelligentsia. The second one is the leadership weaknesses and the loss of integrity, characterized by competition to control state resources, ill discipline and disunity, and the use of state institutions to settle differences. Slates and vote buying, delivering leaders who have difficulty in driving programs or commanding respect from society and supporters. The third one, a lack of planning, coordination, implementation, and accountability for work in government and the achievements of policy goals to create a national democratic society. Serious weaknesses in achieving economic growth and transformation, in overcoming education challenges, and in effective combating, prevention, investigating, and prosecution of crimes and corruption. Outside election campaign, the organizational work being focused more on mobilizing members to support specific factions or individuals with increasing negative practices like gatekeeping and buying of membership. Otherwise, President, I went to vote in my ward on Monday. Then I went to check my membership. I'm told I'm no longer under membership in my branch. I don't know where is it. And my membership Ratega is expiring in December. And I was never told. Loss of trust in organizational integrity because of practices like membership and vote buying, factions using state institutions against each other, and factional violence and killings, and members resorting to courts to settle internal organizational disputes. On working class strategic outlooks in the current conjuncture, we make the few points. That one, the impact of the success of the September 2017 general strike of COSATU, which directed the political landscape in the period leading to the ANC Nazareth conference, had an impact in terms of influencing the political landscape at the time. The engagements that they had, like from 2018 presidential job summit to the ERRP in 2020, took place without any shift taking place on the Treasury's neoliberal microeconomic policy framework, as these engagements were not backed up by mass actions. Though noting the pockets of success regarding the general strikes of 2020 and 2021 under relatively difficult conditions. We are hopeful that deliberation on the Commission study on sectoral landscape ahead of COSATU next Congress will bring unity and cohesion in the Federation. That's our hope. And we do think that we must build as this Congress from that spirit of the 7th Central Committee. We are also highlighting, comrades, the political debates, progressive political debates of a 7th Central Committee, which signal the emerging lack of ideological cohesion and even divergences as reflected in the postures reflected by different affiliates, despite the fact that workers and the working class as a whole are under siege in the present conjuncture. So we're beginning to see such a divergence. We also reflect in the report on the SACP strategic program, the South African Road to Socialism, which seeks to unite the working class struggles at the workplace, in the ideological terrain, in the state, economy, communities, and international, which we argue strongly that it remains relevant. And I'm sure we'll have to use that as a basis as well of guiding our discussion as we deal with an ideological and political commission. We are also, comrade, bringing this Congress that the party has been debating the question of state power. Initially, it brought tensions, but it seems to be acceptable now, and its resolution in relation to the state power. And also noting the further clarity that is provided by the 4th Special Congress of the Communist Party. We do think that this Congress have a duty to elaborate on this, building from the resolution of COSATU. Because the resolution of COSATU in the last Congress said, reconfigured, failing which the party. Some of us, we were warming up, thinking that 2021 local government election would support the party. We're more than prepared to use everything we have to mobilize for the party. So COSATU was in crisis because the reconfigured is not there. And the party is not contesting. What do we do? So we do think that this Congress of NEHAWU is a Congress before the Congress of COSATU. There's no two ways about this discussion. It ought to be taking place in the next Congress of COSATU. So at this Congress of NEHAWU, we must then debate this. So that when you go to COSATU Congress, we go with a mandate that we will sponsor or lobby other affiliates of COSATU to come to the same conclusion with us. We don't have to be emotional, we have to be concrete. But we don't have to avoid it and postponing it on the basis that the environment is not conducive. If we are not making it conducive, no one else is going to make it. Otherwise, we have to test it, whether the environment is conducive or not. But if we are not contesting, we wouldn't know. Comrade DGS Soli, I know we are very passionate about this resolution. Sorry for exposing you. On page 25, so given the foregoing, for the purpose of deepening our strategic clarity, the following conclusion can be made as part of the discussion here. That the 2019 Alliance platform by no means represents the reconstitution of the Alliance along the lines of the 2008 Alliance Summit, which reaffirmed the ANC-led Alliance as the strategic political center. And I do think that, comrade, let us be frank on this debate. There has been some general acceptance, Comrade Soli. If you are not agreeing with me, perhaps we have to continue to engage. there has to be just a general acceptance, particularly from the left axis, that of giving up that fight of making an alliance as a strategic center. Because we are worried, we are making a point why we are worried about that. The protocols of this 2019 Alliance platform are different from those outlined in the resolution of the 2008 Alliance Summit. So we go to the Alliance Summit, we take decision, we agree. But post, no one seems to be willing to implement. In fact, ANC bluntly refused to implement them. And the key question is, what is it that as a left axis we are doing to do that? Other than rehashing the importance. Concretely, what are we doing to make the alliance as a strategic center that drives the liberation in totality of this country, or drive the national democratic revolution is our program? Because with ANC alone, it's not possible. The process of the deployment and nomination regarding the 2021 local government election already exposed the weaknesses of this 2019 Alliance platform. I was invited by Prataga, President of COSATU, to attend a virtual national list conference. 2 days. I was busy talking to Mike at some point over the phone. Sure. It was a very traumatic and a painful meeting that I ever attended in my life. And then, post that meeting, things happened against what was discussed. Now, we are told that all the problems, Comrade Prasol, all the problems that would have occurred will be sorted out once we're done with the elections. Now, in the challenge of the shortage of seats now, who's going to listen to who? Because the hope was that we might get more, then we try to sort. Now the base is reduced, Bratai. And it's another battle now the party and COSATU ought to venture into. So that is a critical point. Similarly, the determination of the microeconomic policy anchoring the ERRP excluded the alliance. So we're going back. We're going back to what we fought in Pologwan, where the state determines the police, not the alliance. But we continue to be told that there are meetings and so forth. There's a complete disregard from the leadership of the ANC of the alliance, despite efforts that would have been put. But there is. And what do we do in that context? A deeply divided ANC remains the strategic leader of the alliance. A deeply divided ANC still remains the strategic leader of the alliance. And that the neoliberal world outlook is on the rise in the organization and the state, whilst the commitment to build a developmental state is disappearing. And perhaps, President and Comrade Mike, perhaps the leadership of COSATU present here, we must take the challenge that the chairs of the party always pose publicly to us as trade unions. He often mentioned us in SADU that as a strategic, because state is a strategic location of us as affiliates of COSATU, who are aspiring and driving for a developmental state. How on earth will be the state weakened in the way that is weakened in our presence? And I so wish that when we engage, we must engage broadly without being given parameters. Because I do think that we have an answer. And it's projected as if comrades were not doing anything about corruption. And we think that this Congress must take that invite and engage so that we are able to respond to that question of the GS through the Communist Party, and perhaps develop joint programs with the party to address the problem. And the last issue, comrade, we spent a lot of time in the last political commission, which we made a conclusion that our NTR is at the point of stagnation. The NTR has stagnated, comrades, and it is increasingly at the risk of being derailed and the democratic forces being eventually defeated. And it was a very robust discussion. Some comrades were saying, oh, what are you talking about? This thing of NTR is no longer there. But our conclusion is that we're at the point of stagnation. There is no movement. There is no revolution in our country at all. So the key issue is that this Congress must respond to: how do we ensure that that NTR is on track and is pursued to its data? And we must use our class perspective. And we must discuss NTR completely different from the way that the NTR is discussed in the ANC. We must put our class interest at the center of everything that we touch, everything that we say. Because the other content in class doesn't pity our interest. And this is a moment that NEHAWU must look at it in this Congress. On social, comrades, I'm going to be running through. So we're providing an analytical overview of the main socio-economic developments, the underlying drivers of the unfolding socio-economic crisis, as well as developments in the key sectors in which we organized as NEHAWU, as part of our overall assessment on the state of the NTR in the conjuncture. We did say so in the introduction. We conclude this section by briefly emphasizing on the need for an alternative developmental path, as elaborated in COSATU's growth path towards full employment and our strategic policy framework, in which we evaluate industrialization as an imperative for the, as an imperative for the structural transformation of the country's economic base and unlocking the potential of reducing unemployment, poverty, and inequality. So what comrades we do, we bring statistics there about the South African situation arising from the population to economic inequalities, the explosive unemployment, the impact of COVID in our economy, and we will see, comrades, the stats that the picture is not good. And in fact, this picture details that we must build a strong, united public service, that will be able to represent its members, but also the working class, to improve the situation. We further, comrade, highlight, make an analysis on the radical second phase or a new neoliberal trajectory, as we are hoping to build on the radical outcomes of the Mangaung conference in 2012 in Free State, which unfortunately were not implemented by the fifth democratic dispensation between 2014 and 2019. And the fact that 2019 ANC manifesto, which was jointly developed by the Alliance, raised expectation to our country on the advancement of a radical restructuring of the inherited semi-colonial economy, and addressing this enduring triple crisis of unemployment, poverty, and so forth. Thus, commitments made by the ANC on economic policies resonate with many of COSATU resolution and its economic strategy, the growth path towards full employment that was adopted in 2010, which is to be adopted, having reviewed it in the next Congress. We are also speaking about the commitments, comrades, of both the fifth and the sixth democratic dispensation and the deviation of this implementation to this commitment, the deviation of government from these commitments raised by the manifesto, among others, which are closer to us, is a total refusal to employ or absorb community workers, community health workers, as reflected in the manifesto that the ANC in this period would have employed more than 50,000. They are refusing completely. And we are going to court again with an ANC. We are implementing the ANC manifesto, and the ANC is taking us to court for having implemented its manifesto. And that's a struggle worth to take, comrade. Community health workers have demonstrated the need of absorbing them through the COVID-19. So they can't be a two-way. So we're reflecting those divergence and deviations that would have been done there. We also, comrade, outline the key socio-economic objectives of 2019 to 2024 MTSF. And these objectives also are analyzed and are listed in the document. We are also, comrade, under the developmental growth part, emphasizing the need for a radical economic structural change for the benefit of the majority, particularly the working class. And we are also reflecting how the economy is doing and the contribution to the GDP and what that thing means in the improvement of our living conditions. And we are making a point that having taken all good resolutions at Nazareth, be it through the ANC strategy and tactics document, but also other resolutions, but it seems as if ANC is struggling to implement these resolutions. Hence, our hope as NEHAWU on the recent 7th Central Committee of COSATU, which has set in motion for the review and update of our alternative developmental path, as set out in the growth path towards full employment. We drew strength, comrade. We were inspired by the nature of the work done by COSATU in this area of economic strategy, and we do think that we must take an advantage as we go to the next Congress of COSATU in terms of contributing to that. And of course, our SPF also must be, as we discussed, must also take into account. We are also, comrade, making a historic reflection in analyzing the public service from the provision of the South African Constitution about the public administration up to the introduction of the so-called new public management reforms. And both, we argue that both the NPM and the neo-economic policies in reform the state are the two sides of the same coin, which are aimed at minimizing the role of the state in delivering service. On one hand, ANC talks about developmental state. On the other hand, is reducing the ability and the capacity of the state through privatization. So we do think that it's an issue that we must discuss. We are also reflecting on the convened PSSPC public service in Daba and the progressive nature of the outcomes, but the challenge is to implement it. And now there's an attitude that has developed even to undermine the same institutions that are established through the legislative framework that regulates the relationship between the employer and employee, that are established to also deal with matters of collective bargaining, that are completely undermined by the same government that has established them. Resolution 1 of 2018 is a product of these institutions. But the government refuses to implement. In fact, not only refuses, the government says it's unconstitutional to have a resolution. The same constitution that gave rise to the establishment of these institutions. And we do think that, comrades, as part of the discussion, we must also revert back to those outcomes because they are still relevant and they need just to be driven for the full implementation. On public health, comrades, we note the progress achieved in the last 14 years, particularly the adoption of the resolution by the ANC in Polokwane on the introduction of the national health insurance. But also, we also recognize the policies that would have been formulated from the green paper for the national health insurance up until the bill in 2018. But we make the point on the government's indecisiveness combined with an implementation of the austerity measures to realize these policies. And we also argue, comrade, that the South African health system is a microcosm of the deep-seated inequalities characterizing our society. It is divided into two vastly unequal ties, the public and the private. So we do think that this reinforces the existing racialized, gendered, and the class inequalities. From page 35 to page 38, comrade, we highlight important developments in the period under review, geared at transforming the healthcare system that has taken place, including on private health sector and the state pharmaceutical company. On the post-schooling education, from page 39, we start making a reflection on the quote by Lenin when he was addressing Young Communist League about the importance of education and the role it plays in shaping the thinking and the logic of society. And also we reflect the reality of young people who will be produced as graduates but will not be swallowed by the market for them to survive. It's a real issue, and we do think that it ought to be taken into account and discussed sharply here. And the fact that we reflect, comrades, on page 39 to 40, the great strides made in addressing access in terms of funding in the period under review. We acknowledge the intervention that would have been made to ensure access, particularly to the most vulnerable component of society, the working class, to be able to access education. And also we affirm our transformational project in universities, which must remain or be based on the 4 pillars: the ideological transformation, expanding the post-schooling sector, anti-corporatization, and quality improvement and system strengthening. Those are the 4 things that, pillars that we are listing there. Under organizational, comrades, we start by reflecting that indeed COVID-19 had an impact in terms of how we operate. And the traditional way of doing things ought to be changed. And that made, because it was the first experience, and we're not sure on how to approach in terms of the traditional way of running the organization, but with time we got into it, and we are making a point that members of the union at that time needed the union more than ever before, and unfortunately we were locked were restricted in terms of movement, were not allowed to come to work through different levels of lockdowns and so forth. Ultimately, the union took a conscious decision at level 4 that members cannot die alone. The leadership of the national office bearers took a conscious decision that they will die where members are. So we took programs, we took projects, and that had a negative impact in terms of how the pace to respond to the needs of our members and so forth. So we do make a point that COVID had really, we're not spared from COVID ourselves like any other. And from page 43 to page 46, we are reflecting about the state of service centers at head office, their full complement and functioning. From page 46, we are reflecting on provinces and regions, and we are reflecting that provinces are stable. Of course, there will be pockets of these difficulties and so forth, but together with provinces, national office bearers would have intervened on those matters, but we are happy to report at this Congress that provinces with, of course, challenges because we're an organization, are stable and they are able to run and deal with matters related to the union. I had spoken about the impact of COVID from page 46 to 47. We are happy to report, comrades, that we had convened the successful branch congresses, we have convened regional congresses, we have convened provincial congresses, though COVID had a bearing to the provincial congresses, but we convened successful provincial congresses. That's what we are reporting. And the details about the congresses will be found in book 3. Did you book 3? There are details in terms of who was elected from regions, and now it's on book 3. We are also, comrade, reflecting on the functioning of the war rooms. The union consciously took a decision as from 2010 or from the 9th National Congress of establishing war rooms as a strategic approach to drive campaigns of the union and improving service. And this war room, its essence is to make sure that leadership, officials are where members are, and members are found at the workplace. Even there are issues related to bargaining, we're able to drive campaigns through the war room as an anchor to drive them. So we're also reporting here that it's true, comrades, that we have 33,000 nurses in public health sector, national. And it's true that in terms of our membership, we account for 11% of that 33,000. So it means there's more to do. And we normally or often regard them as the motive force because those are the ones who sustain any fight in the union. So it means that we are not doing well in recruiting them. We need to recruit them more. And this was also elaborated in the inaugural nurses seminar, which was very successful, that we had convened in 2018 with clear, comprehensive outcomes for practical implementation. Once again, we seem to have lost the ball again, having produced good outcomes, but the level of implementation is a serious issue, and we expect this Congress to really elaborate on that, and the details as well will be found on book 3. The workplace organization. Strengthen workplace organization. And we do think that this Congress must strengthen the work on this area of work for the next, up to the next Congress. Because the reality, comrade, workers are at the workplace. So everything and anything that we do, therefore, must be about the workplace. Shouldn't be about any other layer. More importantly, it must be about the workplace, because that's where we found members. So we want to then, without getting into details, we want to report that, comrades, we had adopted what we call organizational renewal tasks, which emphasizes the importance of a shop steward, who must not be a messenger, but a true representative of members. And that ought to be at the workplace. And we had changed the traditional way of doing that. We had elected constituents-based shop stewards. So we are done away with a traditional way of now electing people because they would have spoken English in general member meeting. A person is elected by the constituents. In some instances, you call it departments. So that when you go to the Congress, if you want to be elected, you go to the Congress having been elected as a shop steward. So when you're an office bearer, you don't disconnect with your base. And you represent the interest of those who have elected you in your department or constituents. So when you meet at the BEC, having been elected, we are able to share across issues confronting our members. Because the truth of the matter, Comrade Soli, here's the truth of the matter, and comrades, they don't want to recognize. Our membership has an element of a middle strata and the element of the real working class people. And the system, in terms of the employment system, is created such a gap. So those who are at level 1 and level 3, they are unable to discuss their matters in the general member meeting or in the Congress, because dominantly, they are dominated by those who might have at the level 6 up, and they happen to be elected. And as such, they feel suffocating, not having a platform to raise their issues. As a result of that, in the nature of the discussions, we discuss salary increases on the basis of across, not on the basis of a sliding scale, which is a principal approach of NEHAWU. So it means instead of closing the gap, we are widening it. Because of the nature of the bargaining, Umakwayeba calls it umgalelo. Gauteng, sina 363 branches. In Gauteng, that has more than 70,000 members. There's more than 70,000 members with a lot of institutions, but we have 363 branches with 2,156 shop stewards. Whether that is accurate or not, but we are convinced that as the NOBs, we must build from this information moving forward. That's the data that we present at this Congress. Because there was a moment where we were struggling even to know how many branches we have and how many shop stewards. At least in this period, we have been able to gather from other periods to have that. In Limpopo, we have 208 branches and 1,949 shop stewards. In Mpumalanga, 199 branches, with shop stewards 1,908. Northwest, 131 with 1,337. Free State, 105 with 906 shop stewards. KZN, 250 branches, 1,857. Northern Cape, 56 branches, 445 shop stewards elected. Eastern Cape 258 branches, 1,838 shop stewards. Western Cape 207 branches, 923 shop stewards. So that's a picture that we're presenting here. The accuracy in terms of the information, CECs will continue to work from this data to update it so that we know the organization that we're leading. On the regional congresses, comrades, we as we said, we had convened them in 2019. Of course, 2 regions, we managed to convene their congresses in 2020. We have 7 regions in Eastern Cape, 35 elected ROBs. And this is a point that we want to make here. So out of the 35 elected ROBs of the province, 17 females, 18 males, which relatively is not bad. With 8 old ROBs, so comrades who came back, with 27 newly elected. That's the kind of ROB we have. Free State, 4 regions, 20 ROBs, 14 males, 6 females. And I think that that's an issue. As we go to this, how do we manage and implement our gender policy to the fullest? Gauteng, 5 regions, 25 ROBs, of course, because the report was written before the challenge of Tshwane. That's why it's 25. With 16 males, 9 females, 6 old, and 19 new ROBs. KZN, 4 regions, 20 ROBs, 13 males, 7 females. That's an issue. 10 old, 10 new. Limpopo, 5 regions, 25 ROBs, 17 males, 8 females, 15 old, 10 new. Mpumalanga, 4 regions, 20 ROBs, 13 males, 7 females, 11 old, 9 new. Northwest, 5 regions, 25 ROBs, 15 males, 10 females, 8 old, 17 new. Northern Cape, 4 regions, 20 ROBs, 13 males, 7 females, 5 old, 15 new. Western Cape, 5 regions, 25 ROBs, 15 males, 10 females, 10 old, 15 females. 15 new. So in total, comrades, the union has 43 regions with 215 ROBs, which is a layer of leadership at the regional level. And then out of that, we have 134 males and 81 females. That's where the problem is. And we want this Congress to note and discuss this and help the union to improve on this. We know it's not easy when it comes to election, but the gender policy ought to find its place and it must be implemented. On provincial congresses, comrade, we are also reporting, as we said, that we have managed to convene them as scheduled, except Mpumalanga and Gauteng, but we had convened them successfully. And we have 9 provinces elected, 45 POBs, 29 males, 16 females, 13 old, 32 new. And we want comrades to know that the 32 new vis-a-vis 13 old, the organizational challenge that ought to be taken, because we'll have more new comrades and less comrades who have been there. So the issue of balancing experience and also appreciating the new intervention that would have been made. So that is a matter that we want to replace. But also we're raising as a concern, President, that particularly in Western Cape and Mpumalanga, the release of POBs is a matter that the union ought to look into it so that comrades find time to implement all the decisions of the union. So we're raising that. The full-time released regional secretaries, as a decision of the union, were reporting to this Congress that we have a challenge there. From 43 regions, only 23 regional secretaries that are full-time. With 3 full-time, with 5 full-time officials. I suppose KZN, mostly. But 18 are still not released. And it's a big problem, comrades, because the day-to-day running of a region lies squarely on the shoulders of the regional secretary. You'll imagine if it's not released, the difficulties of running the office. So that is a matter that the union ought to look into it here, as we are raising. And some comrades are released as full-time shop stewards, but they don't add value, or they refuse even to contribute to the union. Yet they are released to attend to the business of the union, and it's a matter that we need to look into. And we are also reporting that in some provinces, we have a challenge of not having any regional secretary being released. So that's a real issue, comrades. On membership and recruitment, we are reflecting to comrades the zigzagging of our growth. This month, we'll be celebrating an increase. After 6 months, we are sad because of the decline. Actually, what has been revealed by the process of SPF, DGS, is that we have not been growing for almost 18 years. We have been in the bracket of 270 to 279 in the last 15 years at most. And that constitutes a crisis. Sirisha is stagnation. So this Congress must help us to improve that. And part of the things that President report. So what the SPF, the reviewed SPF now is bringing a new way of doing this thing of recruitment, because currently, President, we recruit 2,000 a month. In the same month, we lose 2,500. Because we always chase what we don't have and leave what we have. So our strategy now says, no. Spend time on what you have in search of what you don't have. So it means satisfy what you have, which will draw interest to those who are not informed. Because that 2,500 that goes out as you bring 2,000 is angry because it's not receiving a service. So we are emphasizing service to members as a strategy to recruit. So retention is a very critical one in search of what we don't want. So that's what we are raising there and so forth. So in some instances, we pay a lot because to patala annual. So if not December, statistics. Sometimes we pay for members that we don't have. But sometimes I rob because they are cooler. And as a patal, the difference. So they are robber, and because that doesn't understand, isn't it, Bratak? There's no crisis there. President, what is due to us, not some nigger, what is due to him. So that's what, comrade, we are reflecting. For instance, comrade, at December 2020, we were 279,465 members. But September 2021, we were 274,825. You see the decline. At least the system of membership is helping us now, DGS. We can trace now who died, who resigned, who retired, who's dismissed. Our system can help that. But there's something in our system that calls follow-offs, which the union, that's why President says we know what to do. That needs to be followed up, but we are not following it up. And we have changed our membership system. We have MAS now, which had helped us a great deal, because before having this system, we could not allocate, Prataiga, 30,000 members. It means we could not say in this 30,000, that is in our system, where it belongs in terms of regions and provinces and so forth. With the new recruitment system, we're able to allocate all of those according to their workstation, regions, provinces. Now, we know now what is happening in each and so forth, but the key issue is that we are not doing well in terms of making follow-ups to follow-ups. Sometimes the decline, sometimes we are unable to establish. But our system is improving, but we do think that our offices through regions must help us to get that information and so forth. So we are reflecting also the statistic per province and in terms of the numbers, in terms of the percentages, and we are also reflecting the sectoral growth in the union, and which the pattern has changed from the traditional growth to new sectors, and we are declining where we are taught that it was strong. So that system is helping us, and all this information is detailed on Book 3. So we'll also advise comrades to look at Book 3 in terms of dealing with this. On collective bargaining, comrade, we are reflecting on the voting weights from 2017 to 2021 at the PSSBC, where we have a serious problem. And I pity the leadership of COSATU on this one. PSSBC. Sometimes it's made a soccer ball. A soccer ball, you can kick it whether you are an owner or not. As long as it comes across you, you kick it. You can't be arrested. So when we are unable to sort our issues as public service, we blame the COSATU. And sometimes we say COSATU is quiet on the public service, forgetting that there's an establishment in COSATU, sectoral in terms of handling collective bargaining. Sometimes we are a leader of NEHAWU, we are talking to the NEHAWU meeting, reporting on the bargaining. Comrades, they say, COSATU is quiet. Then you wonder, okay, why now Pikant? Isn't it, Comrade Khosh? Yeah. Now sometimes you are called with deputy chair. COSATU, yeah, the COSATU I did can. So the Public Health and Social Development Bargaining Council, comrade, we are also reflecting our voting strength there, and the GPSSBC, well, dealing with our strength there. We do think that, comrade, a lot of work needs to be done here, because sometimes the contradictions of what is happening at the PSSBC spill over, even at this sectoral bargaining. Because others now, from the same public service, who are affiliates of COSATU, now they are moving to other bargaining councils. And that is not raised in COSATU. What is raised in COSATU is poaching. So if you are not poaching, Comrade Mike, what are you doing in a bargaining council that you have never been? What brought you there? If it's not membership. Prason. As guy raised, right? On strategic institutions, comrades, we are listing SARS, SARS, Agricultural Research Council, NHLS, and parks, our strength there, and we do think that we need to do some serious work in this institution, because we used to have a strong strength there, but now there's a bit of a decline. And from page 56 to page 60, we are detailing collective bargaining, comrades, and we are reporting issues, particularly the reneging. We are listing agreements there that the government has reneged on. But also, comrades, we are also saying that the union in the period under review, has done a great job in terms of making sure that it represents sectoral, their members sectoral, particularly through the, what we call implementation of specific sector programs. We have mobilized, we have been fighting for SASA, we have been fighting for NHLS, we have been fighting for SARS, we have been fighting for many institutions, including health. And I know that after this Congress, we are going to Limpopo leadership. Limpopo is organizing a nice march there to the Department of Health, and it should be supported because they have been trying, they have been mobilizing. This time around, comrade, we must go all out. It's to make or break. So Mose is approved. On page 60 to 60, 61, 62, we are reporting on the strikes. And we want to leave to one important, all strikes were important. But the TVET, comrade, the TVET strike made us enemies. Both to those who are at the helm of the state and our reliable friends and forces. That's why there's a tension. And we need to find a way of resolving that tension. But thanks to all the MTM structures, PYA components in particular, SASCO, and its SRCs for the support, and we do think that we'll build it from there. President, the crisis. Okay, I know, I'm feeling it. But thank you very much, DGS, for representing Communist Party. Yeah, President, because that's an important, and also Comrade Mali, we have done a great job in NSFAS, let alone your views, but we have done a great job at NSFAS. Leave your views and benzene, but we have done, as a union, we have done a great job, and now recently at UCT. So the visibility of the union, comrade, there's no question about it. But the key challenge now, how do we make follow-up on the agreements that would have been reached as a result of the actions? That's the key issue. So that we don't strike for agreements. We must strike for a material change arising through the implementation of those agreements. That's what we must discuss as a strategy to sustain our momentum and also to be true to the interest of our members. On the training, comrade, shop steward training, yeah. Comrades, we will see that we have made some attempts to do this, and using also the advantage of the COVID to train more shop stewards. And from where I'm standing, I think that there's more if we're to get accurate information here than what we are reflecting. And we want to thank all provinces for, under difficult circumstances, to pay attention on training, and we do think that we must do more in terms of training. And President, we then, from page 69 to page 70, we are highlighting work done under case handling and management, starting with the adoption of the strategy, paralegal strategy, training of shop stewards on paralegal matters, the attempt to reduce the legal bill, and the internal legal processes to build capacity in case handling and develop, and we have also developed some legal bulletins, and we would want to invite provinces to share information on the cases that they are winning, so that that book, that bulletin is made alive. And the last point, President, we want to make under the organizational is that comrades will, the Congress will recognize that we were to convene, because of COVID, we could not convene congresses in terms of the adopted program, 4-year program of the union. particularly in 2020 when we had to convene provincial congresses. So provincial congresses were convened in the year of the National Congress, this year. And we are quite happy as NOBs, having taken the risk of convening congresses amidst COVID, but we are happy to report to this Congress that we had successful congresses. But we are bringing now to the Congress the challenge that we want this Congress to address in the form of realignment of terms of office. Because if this Congress will not do so, we will be in trouble in terms of the Constitution, because the Constitution we have says that we must, the term of office is 4 years. So having convened provincial congresses this year and following the current terms without realignment will run into trouble when it comes to term of office for POBs, because it means we'll have to cut it to 3 years. And we don't want to take or leave things to chances. We have been a union that never dreamt of being taken to court by its members. Now that we have experienced that, that can happen. So we wouldn't want comrades, when they read balance of forces and they are not in favor, and start to say, actually, I never served my term of office as terms of the Constitution. As you have seen, comrades, Constitution can be read. It can be read. It was read at the beginning. And I hope it's going to be read at the end. So the issue, therefore, is that we want stability in the union. And we want to protect our Constitution. We noted the resolutions, particularly constitutional proposed resolutions, what they are saying in terms of the terms of office and so forth, but we don't think that we'll be able to achieve those if we were to adopt those amendments in the current alignment of term of office. So we then request, as the national office bearers, having discussed also with provinces, that we must ask the Congress to adopt a resolution on the realignment as opposed to the constitutional amendment. A resolution that says the realignment now of congresses of the union will be as follows, that all branch congresses should take place next year in 2020. 2022. And all regional congresses must follow in 2003, because they are within their timelines of 4 years. There will be no crisis. But to accommodate the reality of provinces, we should convene provincial congresses in 2015, so that the comrades elected in 2021 serve the entire 4 years. Or 2025. Abansela manzi oqala fresh, mangcono ngiqede ngakase. 2025 provincial congresses and the National Congress elandelayo must be convened in 2026 to keep the traditional timing of national congresses. Because the National Congress is, as a tradition in the union, is convened to coincide with the birthday of NEHAWU in June. We had to convene this one in November precisely because of the COVID factor. And the constitutional amendments would have proposed, will be taking the issues of disaster like this nature, how must be handled. And in between, particularly, you'll see that 2024 will not have a Congress. Because we're a union of congresses. And the union of congresses, this year is this Congress. This Congress prepares the next Congress for next year. that one prepares it doesn't create stability. And it doesn't give us chance to fully implement other work of the union. So 2024, we think that we must have something now, we must broaden what we normally have, the policy conference. But let's strengthen it in a manner that is going to be the midterm meeting of the union, where it assesses what in totality would have been implemented in the half of the term of the national office bearers, and how do we then make sure that in the remaining half, you consolidate that so that by the time you arrive at the Congress, you would have implemented all the decisions that would have been taken. So that's why we put it in this report. We want it to be a resolution, not to be a constitutional amendment. Then constitutional amendments in the next Congress can follow, having clarified the alignment of the term of office in the union. Comrade President, we wish to end here. And we have confidence as the National Union that this Congress will deliberate and come with concrete and practical resolutions that will be implementing. And part of Book 2, comrades, there's something that says constitutional amendments, proposed constitutional amendments. But what we will do at the commission, we'll be giving you a separate document, which is a consolidated, because currently it's saying province so and so proposed this and proposed. So at the commission, we will be giving you what would have been consolidated by the Constitutional Amendment Committee, which now will not be talking about provinces, we'll be talking about provinces seconding each other, moving each other, so that comrades, they can see what are the constitutional amendments that would have been, that needs to be adopted there. That will be circulated in a separate document. And the reason for that is because the Constitutional Committee Amendment Team, or the Constitutional Amendment Committee, had finalized its consolidation work, having completed the report for production. So it's going to be circulated. The other issue is the issue of the resolutions sponsored are on Book 2. And President, we want to stop here. Amandla, Mata, all power, Aluta, socialism is the future. Amen.
Amandla. Comrade Soli. Kukunto ekuthiwa ngesixhosa sisishumane. Xa ungafunwa, awufunwa. You must accept that awufunwa. And suzinyanzele emntwini ongakufuniyo uthi makakufune ngenkani engakufuni. Mna ke nalo ikhaya ndilidinga ikhona i-Communist Party. Nabani na unganifuni makakhangele i-freeway ekufishane azitshayisise ngemoto kuyo. So if you don't come to our Congress because you don't like us, it's hard. It's up to you. Oh, Tula mtanam, Tula mtana, Tula mtanam. Oh, Tula mtaname, Tula mtaname. Oh, Tula ngane ngan, Tula mtanam. Oh, Thule mntanami, thola mntanami, awuthule ngane ncane, thula mntanami, awuthule mntanami, thola mntanami, awuthule ngane ncane, thula mntanami, awuthule mntanami, thola mntanami, awuthule ngane ncane, thula mntanami, awuthule mntanami, thola mntanami, awuthule ngane ncane, thula mntanami, awuthule mntanami, thola mntanami, awuthule ngane ncane. Thanks very much. Thanks very much. Comrade, we are now remembering the president of our federation when he said to P.W. Botha, P.W. Botha, you must take your dumpers away. Ndate bach, tibela, kanke, abasebenzi kanke, amabhoji ndate, tibela, kanke, kabasebenzi kanke, amabhoji kanke, kabasebenzi kanke, kemabhoji ndate, tibela, ndate, tibela, kanke, kabasebenzi kanke, kamabhoji kanke, kabasebenzi kanke, kamabhoji. Come to inviting the president of the federation to come to address the Congress. President. President. Amanda. Comrade, can we adopt the secretariat, the report that just been presented now for the purpose of the commissions? I'm just being told that a report here. Okay. We have KwaZulu-Natal, we have Northern Cape, we have Northwest, we have Limpopo. Is that Western Cape? All right. And then at the back? At the back? Okay. President?
Mpumalanga will be covered by KZN, President.
Mpumalanga, we are noted.
President, as KwaZulu-Natal want to move for the adoption of the Secretariat report with an understanding that some other aspect of the report linking it to the 4 pillars of the union will be discussed in the commission, and also accept the proposal that have been made in terms of the adjustment of the term. Thank you very much, President.
Northern Cape?
Thanks, President. We are supporting KZN fully and seconding that motion of the report and the issue regarding the realignment proposal. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, Comrade, I've made a mistake of not writing those provinces that raise their hand. Okay, can a province that follows Northern Cape speak?
Thank you, President. As the Northwest, we also concur with the other provinces. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Man ngamaqabane into engazukuyenza ukucula unoyana. Is that Limpopo? Okay. Your mic is not working, Bob. I can't hear you. Can you find another one? We are recording the proceeding of the Congress, so it's important that each and every discussion and each and every proposal is heard, so that if needs to come, we can go back to our records.
No, thanks, President. President, as Limpopo, we rise to second KZN in the motion
Thirding.
of the report. Thanks very much.
Thirding. Comrade, we have 3 provinces that have moved and second one another. Pumalang.
Western Cape, President, first.
I noted you Western Cape, Pumalang.
Thank you, Mongamel. As Mpumalanga, we want to first check, because our understanding was that it should be deferred to the commissions.
Yes.
All right. So, but now we are adopting it.
Yes.
That's the clarity that we want to check. Otherwise, we're in agreement in terms of the realignment of the terms of office there for our structures. So that's the matter that we want to check, Comrade President. Thank you very much.
No, Bala, this is what I think is going to happen. We are now adopting this report for the purpose of discussion. But when we come back into the plenary, we will be adopting the discussion and the decision that taken as a result of the resolution of the commissions.
We are covered, President, now. It's clear. Thank you very much.
Now, comrade, if Mpumalanga is covered, I'm not going to ask any province to speak. Of course, I will ask a province that has a completely different view than what is being supported by the House. Western Cape, only if you have a different view. If you agree, sit down. Dula fast.
Yeah, President. President, thank you for saving Comrade Ayanda. We have no different views.
All right, comrade, the report of the Secretariat has been adopted. Now the fact that this has been done, I'm now calling the President of the Federation to come and address the Congress. President. Madoda, Makabani, the zawubiza umongameli wekhosatu. My expectation is that this House must have been standing up with its feet and it must be singing.
Mandla, Mandla, long live NEHAWU, 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 long live. Long live Kosatu, 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 long live. Pilangona Pagade, Elijah Bahai, Pilangona Pagade. Pilangona Pagade, Chris Dlamini, Pilangona Pagade. Malibongwe. Long live the South African Communist Party, long live. Long live the African National Congress, long live. Yeta, PYA, yeta. Thank you very much, President, who's also the chair of the session. Ndibulise umongameli we NEHAWU, President Makwaiba, the collective national office bearers of the union, leadership from the provinces, from the regions, and from the locals, the leadership of COSATU, national office bearers, the Central Executive Committee members of the CEC that are here, former leaders of NEHAWU, the international guest, and most importantly, the delegates to this National Congress. Ndibulisa abantwana bethongo. Camagwini bantu abadala siyathokoza kuni. Comrades, on behalf of the National Office Bearers and the Central Executive Committee of the Federation, we want to take this opportunity and thank NEHAWU for inviting your Federation, COSATU, to address this important Congress today. It is a privilege to be with you this afternoon. We know that we are here and we are at home as a federation. Allow me, comrades, to also offer the heartfelt sympathies of COSATU for the tragic loss of Comrade Kaya Xaba. This was a blow felt by NEHAWU, and COSATU felt it too. We have lost far too many comrades over the past 2 years. We owe it to Comrade Kaya. We owe it to Comrade late General Secretary of NUM and late General Secretary of SAMU, the late former minister, who was also a former MAU organizer, Comrade Jackson Tembu, to pick up their spears and continue our struggle. Comrades, we want to acknowledge also the heroic sacrifices our nurses, our paramedics, our health workers who have carried this nation on their shoulders, who have also lost their lives to this pandemic. We salute their selfless sacrifices. COSATU is looking forward to robust and constructive engagements during this Congress. We're looking forward to it, comrades, pronouncing concrete and progressive solutions to the challenges facing the working class in the public sector and the entire economy. This Congress, comrades, has identified some of the key challenges that are facing the working class, namely defending collective bargaining, strengthening workplace organization, and international solidarity. Now, we need a clear program of action as we emerge out of this Congress on practical steps, comrades, to deliver on these revolutionary goals that we have set for ourselves. Now, on workers and unions uniting to defend collective bargaining. Comrades, collective bargaining is critical to defending the rights of workers and advancing their interest. And NEHAWU has correctly highlighted that collective bargaining is under siege. And it is under siege, comrades, both in the public and in the private sector. And it is also under siege here in South Africa and internationally. And if employers are allowed to weaken and defeat collective bargaining, it will threaten the gains of the working class since our democratic breakthrough. So what it will do, as it has been reported in the Secretariat report of this Congress, is that, comrades, it will not only take away wages, it will deal with the benefits and condition of workers, and those will be at risk, but also it will eliminate the possibilities of jobs being created. Now, if collective bargaining, comrades, can be allowed to collapse in the state, it will put the very concept of a developmental state that is biased towards the working class at stake. And also what it will do, as it has already done, the private sector then follows suit. Hence, it is important to defend collective bargaining, particularly at the level of the state. So, we are saying as a federation to this Congress, comrades, we must never assume that the enemies of unions and a class conscientized working class are asleep. We must never make that mistake, because they are not. We have seen how Treasury has unashamedly seeking to collapse collective bargaining in the public sector by unilaterally abandoning the Resolution 1 of 2018 wage agreement. And further, there are attempts to freeze wages for the next 3 years. We have also seen, comrades, the Treasury's attempts to impose similar wage freeze in local government, where SAMO organizes. We have also seen similar wage freezes, comrades, or attempts at Transnet, at Eskom, at SARS, and many other state entities and SOEs. As I've said, we have also witnessed how private sector employers have also sought to follow suit. Now, we must commend our affiliates of COSATU for having stood firm, comrades, against this onslaught against collective bargaining. This includes PSCBC for having stood firm against government's attempts to freeze wages, and your engagements on the issue of 2018 wage agreement. We want, as your federation, commend unions for having defeated, comrades, the Treasury's attempts to impose a wage freeze for 2021 financial year, more so in the midst of a global pandemic. Now, nansi into maqabane. We would not be able to do all of this if we were divided. It's not going to happen. So we cannot compromise, unity amongst ourselves, comrades, be it inside NEHAWU, in COSATU, in the JMC, in the PSCBC. We have no luxury of being divided. Unions, comrades, who are divided will be defeated, no doubt about it. And we want to make this emphasis, comrades, that the enemy is not workers. The enemy, it is not ourselves. The enemy is not the other union, comrade. Let alone unions that are inside this federation. So, EP enemy, comrades, the enemy is corruption. The enemy is unemployment. The enemy is poverty. The enemy are employers who are standing on the other line, defending their own interest against ourselves as workers. So the unity of NEHAWU, the unity of COSATU cannot be negotiated. So it will be important for us to talk unity and learn from where we are coming from as a federation. Your federation, COSATU, comrades, has been able to win many victories which are benefiting workers over the past few years, precisely because we have chosen to focus on unity. There is no victory that we have secured that was underlined by divisions. The source of any victory that we have attained in the past few years was on the basis of our unity. So here are these victories. We have passed, comrades, the National Minimum Wage Act into law, lifting the wages of more than 6 million poorly paid and exploited workers, particularly the farm, the domestic, the retail, the restaurant, construction, and hospitality workers. It is because of the unity that we have demonstrated amongst ourselves in the federation to be able to attain our national minimum wage. Comrades, we amended the Unemployment Insurance Act, increasing UIF payments from 8 to 12 months, increasing maternity leave payments, extending paid maternity leave, and also giving, comrades, maternity leave to include those that are giving birth to stillborns, which in the past, it has never happened. Now our law recognizes that when we are expecting as mothers and we get into an unfortunate situation that your child does not make it to see the light, you can still take maternity leave in recognition that you are a mother who has just given birth. The Act also, comrades, provides paid paternity and adoption leave. Bakhona bakhoyo phakathi kwethu who are unable to bear kids on their own. They are left with no option but to go and adopt. The victory that we have secured for workers collectively is a recognition of a child that you adopt, that it is your child, and therefore you are entitled to take maternity leave and paternity leave equally as those that have given birth biologically. What your federation, comrades, has also managed to achieve was to ensure that more than 63 billion was released from the UIF to help more than 5.5 million workers who lost wages during the lockdown in 2020 and 2021, including the unrest that took place in KZN and here in Gauteng. We also, comrade, passed the Public Investment Cooperation Amendment Act that provides for 3 worker representatives selected by the PSCBC, those unions that are there, to represent workers on the PIC board. NEHAWU, you have a seat there. In the PIC board, you are included. The importance, comrades, of this act, it compels the PIC to seek a mandate from the GEPF and the UIF when it is going to invest workers' funds, to report back to the GEPF and the UIF board, as well as in Parliament and the public, on how workers' funds are invested and to invest them in a manner that benefits workers, that creates jobs, that grows our economy, and that builds a developmental state. Umbuzo ke uthi, are we aware of these achievements? Because to fight and win, and then when you have won these victories, siphinde kwakhona singenzi into ngazo, we are as good as having not attained them. But critically, comrades, it is how we won them. We won them because we were united. You see, the unity, comrades, that was shown by NUM, by AMCU, by Solidarity, by UASA at Sibanye, will deliver victory for them. As it has shown by the unity that was displayed by SATAU and NUMSA in the bus sector. This is how unity is important for us as workers. And COSATU appreciates, comrades, the difficulties that are experienced by each of our affiliates in the JMC over the past 2 years. We're not undermining that. And members are angry, and members have every right to be angry. Because the behavior of Treasury is unacceptable. But we are saying as COSATU, we cannot afford to be divided as the JMC and as COSATU. We must emerge from this Congress more determined, comrades, than ever to unite workers. Because, as you know, when workers are divided, employers remain victorious. So on strengthening workplace organization and deepening class consciousness, We're saying, comrades, we need to invest and strengthen our machinery. All too often, as the President Makwaiba said in his opening and the report of the Secretariat, all too often, we fail to do so. A weak organizational machinery leadership will see a union that does not service its members, that has no recruitment strategy, and recruitment campaigns that are not taking off, that does not educate and train its organizers and shop stewards, that does not wage campaigns that will improve the lives of its members and attract workers to join. This is what the General Secretary was saying in the report, that you pay attention to servicing the membership that you have in order to attract those that are outside of your organization. So if our organizing departments are limping, then we will not be able to mobilize workers to engage in pickets, in protests, in marches, or in strikes. If our organizers, comrades, are not trained, then they will fail to win at the negotiating table. And we cannot be proud when only 1 out of 4 workers are unionized. 75% of workers in this country are not organized. They are not unionized. 75%. This is a fact. This is a reality. We cannot be pleased, leadership, that as COSATU and affiliates, when our membership remains at 1.5 million year after year, this federation is not growing. We should not be happy when members call COSATU head office or COSATU provincial offices seeking help when they are aggrieved because their union does not respond to them. We cannot be happy. So as we engage, let us reflect on how we can build, how we can improve. What can we do to build on the legacy of Bheki Mkhize and Chris Dlamini? We must commend you, comrades, as NEHAWU, for making NEHAWU the largest affiliate in COSATU. We must commend you for that. And the question is, what can we do to increase the membership of COSATU, of NEHAWU, to reach 300,000 and more? This is what your commission must respond to. On how are we going to grow this membership? Can we ensure that NEHAWU is the majority union in each public service department and state entity? Can we ensure that NEHAWU is the majority union at each university? Where we have been displaced, how do we rebuild as NEHAWU and win back the confidence of members who have left us? The GS was saying 2,500 leaves as we recruit 2,000. So how do we rebuild? NEHAWU, comrades, your union has done excellent in defending the rights of community healthcare workers and ensuring that they are paid a living wage and are permanent. Congratulations on that. We also want to report to you that your union was at the forefront, comrades, in 2020 in ensuring that public servants receive the necessary PPEs and protective clothing at the workplace. It was not an easy task. I remember the General Secretary of NEHAWU calling me immediately when we were put on level 5 lockdown. And the minister did not want to engage. And we had to make interventions by calling the office of the president to get the minister to come back to the table. Those were difficult times, but you stood firm, NEHAWU, in ensuring that you are going to continue defending your members who had to deal with this pandemic when no one knew what we were dealing with, by ensuring that they receive what is rightfully theirs, a safe workplace. Comrades, your in-depth research on the conditions facing frontline workers was very critical. There's a research that you did. And that research was very critical, and it has assisted COSATU and our parliamentary office in holding government to account. Siyabulela NEHAWU for having gone through that research. Now, as we wage these recruitment drives, comrades, let us target also the unorganized. The issue of poaching is what divided NUM and NUMSA in COSATU. Now, we went to the Central Committee of the Federation and we agreed as COSATU in that Central Committee that COSATU, with the support of the ILO, International Labour Organization, is gonna undertake a research through the University of Cape Town on the matter of scoping, focusing on all sectors of our economy. So, we want to report in this Congress that the attentions that exist as a result of organizing in the same sector between SADU, teachers, and NEHAWU. But COSATU CC has not taken any decision to say who is guilty or who is not. So COSATU has not said, NEHAWU, you are poaching. Because we have understood that the issue is not about NEHAWU or SADU. The issue is about the changing world of work that we must deal with as a federation. Because not only in the public sector, but also in the private sector, trade unions are organizing in the same sector. And you will realize that with the fourth industrial revolution, you would find your sector moving or yourself moving into a different space. Now the issue is, how are we going to deal with that? Hence we have put this research with the ILO. But critical and importantly, comrades, when are we as a federation going to implement our long-standing resolution on mergers and cartels? Ifuna ke lanto willing horses. To go to a merger, you need a willing horse. Ayizenzakaleli because there's a resolution. Cartels are not going to happen, comrades, because we have adopted a resolution. It's gonna happen because we have realized the importance of that resolution and have understood why we took that resolution, and therefore all of us are willing to go and walk that mile to implement our own resolutions that we've taken as a federation. This research that we have undertaken, comrades, it will produce recommendations on how scoping should be managed and in a way that unites us. And these recommendations will be tabled to the February Central Executive Committee of the Federation for engagement and adoption and implementation. The February CC of 2022. And we are here in this Congress of NEHAWU to say to this giant trade union that your voice in this research is critical. When researchers are coming to NEHAWU, your voice in this research is critical. You have also, comrades, as NEHAWU, been at the forefront calling for Parliament to ratify the ILO Convention 190 on eliminating, combating sexual harassment and violence at the workplace. That convention has now been adopted by Parliament. The President of the Republic will be signing it shortly, comrades, and government will then inform the ILO of our ratification of this convention. So as an affiliate of COSATU, where the majority of members are women, comrades, you have a key role to play in ensuring that our labor and criminal laws in our country reflect the spirit and provisions of this convention. And Parliament will soon be passing 3 gender-based violence bills. We also need in this Congress to reflect on further strengthening of our laws. Now we need, Ke Maqabane, to ensure that all our members and employers are aware of these rights and these obligations. Otherwise, if they don't, these laws, comrades, will remain a nice English words. Good on a piece of paper. But if those that must benefit and those that must implement, we don't monitor the enforcement of these laws, sizabe sikhumsha isiNgisi. We also need to pay our attention, comrades, to our education and training programs. Because we often neglect this strategic area of our work. And this results in shop stewards not prepared for disciplinary hearings. Workers that are unaware of their legal rights, workers that are not aware of their victories, and at times leads to our losses, even at the bargaining councils. So in building NEHAWU and building COSATU, comrades, leadership, comrade delegates, COSATU needs a strong, united, ideologically conscious NEHAWU. NEHAWU needs a strong, united, ideologically conscious COSATU. Therefore, one cannot be without the other. For the leadership of NEHAWU and the staff of NEHAWU that participates at NEDLEC, you would know, comrades, that if COSATU, your federation, does not come up with interventions, policy interventions, the rest of others, they have nothing to say because they always await on our intervention, be it at NEDLEC or in Parliament. So, it is therefore important for us to appreciate the role that we continue to play as NEHAWU inside COSATU in building a strong federation. We have said as a federation, 2021 is the year of our locals. We have made progress, comrades, in building and launching many locals. More remains to be done. So we need NEHAWU to continue to play the leading role that it has played in building COSATU across the nation. We must continue to ensure, comrades, that when we go to COSATU's Congress in 2022, there is a vibrant local in every municipality. As I've said, that we want as a federation to also pay tribute to yourselves on your critical role that NEHAWU plays at NEDLEC. NEHAWU, comrades, you were central to the 2018 Presidential Jobs Summit. You have worked hand in glove with COSATU at the JMC, at the PSCBC, at NEDLEC, and in Parliament. NEHAWU and COSATU have worked as one on many key bills, comrades. You would know, from the Border Management Authority to the Foreign Service Act, and more recently to the EDPSA. And these bills are currently in front of the PSCBC and NEDLEC. So it is this unity of purpose that will enable us to defend workers and advance their struggles. Now, on rebuilding and transforming our economy, it is a reality that our economy is on its knees. It is in its deepest recession in a century. Unemployment is rising and has pushed past 44%. Millions of workers, comrades, have lost wages, benefits, and jobs. We simply cannot afford to continue as is. So can we as NEHAWU ensure that all our clothing, vehicles, furniture are locally made to build this economy? The T-shirts for this Congress we are hopeful, leadership, that you have taken a right decision. That they are locally produced and they are not imported from China. Because if we truly want to implement our own resolution, we have to act on them. Can we also engage our investments and pension funds on what they can do, comrades, to ramp up local investments and job creation? Because we cannot leave that to fund managers alone. So whether idesika e-officini, it has to be locally produced to create jobs in our economy and build our economy. Now, we are happy, comrades, that yourself, NEHAWU, you have raised the alarm bells on the delays on establishing a health and pharmaceutical industrial master plan. So it is important for us to ramp up our efforts in this regard. We must continue to push for a state-owned pharmaceutical company. It's very, very important. So engagements are taking place on the ESCOM Social Compact. Some successes, comrades, are being achieved, including the recovery of billions that have been stolen from it. Financing for a just transition, efforts to reduce its debt burden, and much more remains to be done. Now, we need our NEHAWU members, comrades, to expose corruption at their workplaces. Treasury has announced a revised Regulation 28 of the Pension Funds Act. The regulation will allow pension funds to invest in infrastructure. And this is a call that COSATU and NEHAWU made at the level of NEDLAC. So let us continue to support it. But see God, because sometimes we are good in ensuring that we are pushing the right policies, the right bills. And when our efforts are paying off, imali iyahamba to corruption. Others are ready, they do nothing, they wait. And when our efforts are paying off, they start collecting. It needs our monitoring, Maqabane. We have set a target. We are here in this National Congress, 12th National Congress. We are saying, let us ensure that we save ourselves from the pandemic. So our Central Committee has set a target for ourselves in September, that we want 80% of our members and their families to be vaccinated by the end of 2021. So how far are we as NEHAWU? And what is our plan? And we're happy that outside ngathi khona a vaccination site. I hope there is one. Now, President, building international working class solidarity workers are under siege across the world. Workers in Eswatini are under siege from the rampant monarch. Workers in Palestine are under occupation. Workers in Western Sahara, they are condemned to refuge camps. In Cuba, comrades, there is a blockade. In Venezuela, there are sanctions. And Venezuela is holding their national elections. And they have sent a request, Comrade Peggy, for COSATU to go and monitor those elections on the 21st of November. So What are we doing as COSATU and NEHAWU to provide practical solidarity to workers internationally? Comrades, hiring Cubans will not grow the Cuban economy. We always support them, xa befika apha sibaqeshe, but it does not grow the economy in Cuba. What is needed is to promote trade with Cuba, to invest in Cuba. Because if South Africa is not going to do it, who is going to do it? That's the practical solidarity that South Africa must play with the Cuban people. What are we doing, comrades, to raise pressure at the United Nations in support of Palestine and Western Sahara? Are we sending relief to them? On Eswatini, we can picket at Oshuk for a day. But what happens when the day is over? We can take 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. But what happens when the day is over? Can we engage our government to put real pressure on Mswati? Can this Congress agree and resolve on sanctions to the Eswatini regime? Because you need to hit them where their hearts are. And by the demonstration of the people of Eswatini, they are ready. They have demonstrated that. Those that are not ready are those that are at the helm. We also want to congratulate NEHAWU as a federation. Not only has President Makwaiba been elected to lead Wftu as the president, but also has the general secretary of this union, Comrade Zola Sapeta, who has been elected, as you know, to lead Wftu, TUI, PSNA. Comrades, this is a recognition of the quality of leadership that NEHAWU continues to produce. It is an affirmation of the working class consciousness and a Marxist-Leninist orientation of this giant trade union, NEHAWU. You must take pride in that. So let us look to what campaigns can we drive in the region, in Satuk, to provide meaningful solidarity. Let us engage, comrades, on what conditions and protections should be put in place for workers in the African Continental Free Trade Area. And as I conclude, indeed, we want to thank you for allowing us as a federation to be with you today. Thank you, NEHAWU, for being the pillar and anchor for COSATU through thick and thin. Workers are looking to you at this Congress. Their expectations are immense. The challenges are daunting. We are confident as COSATU that we will see NEHAWU emerging from this Congress united, remaining a revolutionary, driven by class consciousness, giant federation of Bheki Mkhize. We will see a NEHAWU armed with a clear program in defense of collective bargaining and strengthening workplace organization. We are looking forward as COSATU to working hand in hand with yourselves in defense of the working class and towards building that socialist future. And I end with Karl Marx when he said, and I quote, "Let the ruling classes tremble at a communistic revolution. The proletarian have nothing to lose but their chains. They have a world to win. We want to wish you a successful Congress as we lead up to a COSATU 2022 National Congress. Mandla, thank you very much, Mongamia.
Nansi indoda emnyama vele futhi, nansi indoda emnyama vele futhi, basopa nansi indoda emnyama vele futhi. Comrade, we're now going to invite the IEC people who are going to tell us about the nomination, election, and procedure for the National Congress, because we must end this Congress with leadership. I am told that I must ask you to take part into the competition of the car that is outside, the red car with balloons. The people who are running that competition are complaining that it is very few people who are taking part. Now, I am not sure that COSATU NOBs are allowed to take part in that competition. I am not sure that the former NOBs are allowed to take part in that competition. I am not sure whether the affiliates of COSATU that are here, the central members of the Federation, are allowed to take part in that competition. But what I know is that the delegation of the NEHAWU Congress, they must all by its numbers to participate so that whoever take the car at the end, at the time that it comes, has had a competition. The last time there was a comrade from Gertsebande who was elected not for very long in the position of the regional secretary, who came to the Congress for the first time, and when he left with car. So it might be you now, who knows? So please, comrade, go and take part and go and participate. And now we are inviting the election people to come and explain the procedures and so on. After that, we'll take clarity questions. Then after that, we'll Masondo, please come fetch your license in front and talk to the second deputy president. Election, IEC. Thanks very much, comrade. Let's listen.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Let me greet the NEHAWU leadership and its structures, the COSATU leadership present here today, Alliance members present and the leadership and its structures, guests and comrades. My name is Bontle Mpakanyane from the Elections Agency. We've been requested to assist in the election process of the new NEHAWU office bearers. This is obviously, comrades, in line with your constitution. I think it resides somewhere around section 57 of the constitution, to elect the national office bearers. The portfolios are those of president, first deputy president, second deputy president, national treasurer, general secretary, and the deputy general secretary. We, comrades, have sent out nomination packs to the provincial secretaries on the 20th of October, signaling the opening of nominations. And each provincial secretary received a pack of the 6 nomination forms. And the closing date for nomination will be today at 6 o'clock tonight. And bottom line, comrades, I'm not going to be long, but just to say that for a nomination to be valid, it obviously needs to be completed in full by the proposing province, seconded by another province, and obviously the nominee from whichever province, or the nominee needs to then sign acceptance of that nomination form. In instances where the provincial secretary would be a candidate standing for election, obviously the other provincial office bearers would sign that nomination. As indicated, nominations will close tonight at 6 o'clock. So as things stand, we have received no responses as yet, because an email address was posted on the nomination letter indicating where to return the completed nomination forms. But the agency will be here from around 5:30 to accept whatever submissions from the province that would be made at that point. So we will be back here at 5:30 for 6 o'clock to close those nominations. In terms of the entire process, comrades, we do know elections take various forms. There's a nomination process, then there's voting, then counting and announcement of the process. The high-level process is such that once we close nominations, the agency will then conduct an audit of those nominations, aggregate accordingly, and produce a list of candidates per portfolio. Those will then be announced to plenary tomorrow morning. I think according to the program, we are first on the program tomorrow morning, unless there are changes to the program. So the final list of candidates will then be announced tomorrow morning, wherein a final decision will then be made as to when voting takes place. Again, the program indicates that the announcement of results will be done on Saturday, much later in the program, towards the end of the Congress. One of the recommendations the agency would like to make, comrades, is that voting take place on Saturday, first thing in the morning, so that we do not face scenarios like we did last time, where we have to vote a day before conference concludes, and then we have to sleep in the voting hall with observers, making sure there's no leakage of the results in any way or form. But obviously, this is not our decision, so we will leave that to Congress to decide. And of course, I guess this is a decision you will have time to decide as to when voting takes place, because we will be addressing Congress again tomorrow morning in terms of the voting process and procedure. High level again, in order to vote, you need to have your name tag. I'm not quite sure whether they have pictures on them this time around. They don't. So we will require name tags plus your ID. I'm assuming that when you received your tag, you would have had to produce your IDs with you. So in order to vote, you will require both of those. And obviously, we will negotiate with the Secretariat in terms of obtaining the voters' roll for voting purposes. But otherwise, the scenario is, as I've indicated now, that voting will close at 6 o'clock tonight. If you wish to submit your nominations via email, you are welcome to do that. The email has been advertised as at ncedisa@electionsagency.co.za. It is in the package that has been sent to the provincial secretaries. I'm not quite sure if there are any questions at this stage. Okay.
All right, comrade, so let's, oh shit, let me take the ball pen and write down. I have Orange Free State so far. I have Northwest. I have the home of revolution. I have Northern Cape. Okay, comrade, the province with a name and say name. All right, if there's no other hand, raise your flag, Bob. Okay, Pumalang, Pumalang, Pumalang. The unit. All right, can we see whether there's other flag? All right. Free State, can you start?
Thank you very much, Comrade President, and welcome the presentation by Election Agency. As Free State, we are proposing that the nominations be closed today at 3:00, and where possible, elections be conducted today, Comrade President. That is our proposal. Thank you very much.
All right. Northwest.
No, thanks, President. We want to support Free State President to say let the nomination close today at 2:00 and the voting must continue today. Thank you, President.
No, the Free State asked for 3. Sagalano Bala, when you go to.
Not the 3 is still okay, President.
Okay.
We support the 3 and the voting must take place today.
All
Thanks,
right.
President.
Limpopo.
President, we are covered by Free State and Northwest. Therefore, we think that the processes must unfold. Thank you very much.
All right. Comrade, we have 3 provinces that says the same thing. Now, I want to appoint provinces that has a different view. Northern Cape. Northern Cape, hold on. Yeah, it's Northern Cape. Northern Cape, if the province has a different view, please take the platform.
Thanks very much, President. Indeed, we had a different view in terms of we wanted to agree with Elections Agency. Bearing in mind, President, the the time that is suggested and that their proposal was 6. As a province, we are fine with that. Bearing in mind the logistical things and what need to happen in terms of preparing the nomination papers. So we will agree then as province to say, let's make it for 6 o'clock and stick to that time. That is our view. The other thing we want to have clarity with elections agency is in terms of identification and whether they mentioned ID, whether the election agency will consider the produce of passport and driver's license in the absence of delegates. Some delegates might not have the ID. Thanks, President.
Thank you. President, you are covered. Pumalang. The reason I'm calling those provinces is because there's another different view. So I'm looking for a second to that view. Pumalang.
Thank you, President. We are not seconding the second view. We are on the first one.
Okay.
There's one matter that we need to raise, because after the intervention of plenary yesterday, which emanated from Gauteng, we just need to make sure that on the basis of the text, there's no delegate that is going to be disadvantaged in the process. So that's the matter that we wanted, because remember, plenary today did not get a report in terms of that particular process of ensuring that there's alignment in terms of the name text and everything. So that's what we want to caution the elections agency in that regard. Thank you very much.
All right. Comrade, the Congress agrees that the nomination must close at 3 and the election must take place today. There's a clarity whether the election agency will be prepared to take other form of identity. There was a view that says we must accept the proposal of the election agency. Unfortunately, that view has not been supported. So therefore, in terms of the procedure, it falls away. Now, I'm going to ask the election agency to come. Yeah, we definitely. Okay. Pumalanga, the question has nothing to do with election. So you would want that thing to be attended to, hasn't it? Okay. All right.
No, Comrade Mpumalanga, the caution you have given us, we are working on it. But the point is that it has nothing to do with an agency, because agency will not know what you are referring to, but NOBs are handling the caution.
Covered, Malang. Good. Okay, can I call the election agency?
Thanks, Comrade Chair. We obviously would have to support the view that elections close at 3 o'clock today and voting take place tonight. On the issue of identification, I think Mpumalanga raised that issue. We certainly would allow any form of identification, comrades, be it a license or passport or any other official form of identification, no doubt about that. And I think that's about it. Thank you. Just one last thing, comrades. In terms of the submissions at 3 o'clock, we have been allocated an office at the main entrance in a room called Barcelona. So at 3 o'clock, we will be there. We'll basically be sitting there from now on, and submissions can be made at that room. called Barcelona. Thank you, comrades.
Comrade, I think we are concluded on the issue of the election agency. So we're now inviting the National Treasurer. We're now inviting the National Treasurer. Yes? Do you want to explain to the Congress about the changes in terms of the General Secretary of Wftu? Okay. My Oliver, ma. Okay. All right, Treasurer. You can sing, comrade, for the National Treasurer.
Amandla. Amandla. Viva NEHAWU, viva. Thank you very much, President. Comrades, I will be presenting the financial report on behalf of the National Office Bearers to this Congress. And the report will actually be covering a period of 4 years, starting from 2017 up to the year 2020. As comrades will remember that our financial year ends in December of each and every year. Hence, the report will be covering up to a period of 2020 December. So, comrades, greetings have already been given to members from the National Office Bearers who came before me. I will then, comrades, go straight into the report of the past 4 years and table it to Congress. So before we table the financial report, comrades, allow us to briefly reflect on the past events of the past 4 years, which have shaped the social and economic landscape that we find ourselves in at the present moment, and indeed, there is a mixed bag of joy, sadness, and grief. So the year 2017, coincidentally, this revolutionary national union reached a 30-year milestone. In the same year, we convened the 11th National Congress. And indeed, celebrations were held throughout the country, paying gratitude to our predecessors for the immense role and contributions made over the years in taking the union to new heights. And as we celebrated, we also took the opportunity to reflect on the responsibilities bestowed upon us to carry on with the class struggle. And in the year 2018, which was the year of organizational renewal, deepening class consciousness, and branch congresses. So the year started off with the convening of branch congresses as part of a systemic process of organizational renewal, which culminated into the convening of this National Congress. So during the year, we were saddened by the untimely death of Comrade Winnie Madikizela Mandela, and also Comrade Eric Stalin Jali, who passed on in the year 2018. So as we reflect on the selfless role played by the two comrades, let us find inspiration and togetherness to carry forward without fear the hopes and aspirations of the voiceless. The year 2019 was the year of National Policy Conference to assess and review the impact of our strategic policy framework, which we normally call it an SPF of the Union, in order to help us to refocus the organizational priorities of the Union. So this was also followed by the convening of regional congresses in the same year, which were aimed at building and strengthening the basic structures of the Union at ground level. And later in the year, the Union hosted extramural activities aimed at promoting a healthy lifestyle to its members and leaders, which we all termed a Healthy Mind is in the Healthy Body campaign. So the year 2020, comrades will remember that this year was a challenging year in all aspects of our lives due to the COVID-19 pandemic, which brought about devastation in the world economic and social being. So half of the year productivity was lost due to hard and strict lockdowns. Comrades will know that a lot of jobs were shed, as well as lives of our loved ones, including our members too, were lost. So the programs of the Union were not spared either. As a result of the Union had to adapt quickly in order to reach out to its members. So the year 2021, we are still living with the pandemic, comrade, as we speak, with lockdowns moving from one level to another. We are reporting to Congress as well that we had lost this year in May our former General Secretary, Comrade Bereng Soke. We also had lost our spokesperson, Comrade Kaya Klaba, and may their souls continue to rest in peace. We further want to indicate that, comrades, this pandemic has brought far-reaching social and economic consequences for the trade union. So the inequality gap between the rich and the poor that we have fought all along to close is set to widen again. And the immediate victims are the workers amongst us, the poor, and other vulnerable households. So we will jump straight to the National Congress mandate, the 11th National Congress mandate, and the progress report thereof, comrades. The 11th National Congress came up with finance resolutions, and key amongst those resolutions, comrades, we have actually identified few of those resolutions which we thought that it will be important for us to bring them to Congress. The first one was that the Union must continue to work on deficit reduction and work towards self-sustainability. The second one was that the Union must review its contracts with service providers to reduce liabilities and set the Union in a correct footing for self-sufficiency and sustainability. The third one was that the Union must develop the monitoring system and implementation of the finance manual to the latter. The fourth one was that the Union must develop a plan to procure properties. And the last one that we are bringing was that the union must appoint new auditors guided by corporate governance principles. We want to report, comrades, on the capacity of the service center, which is the finance service center, that during the period under review, the service center has been relatively stable despite the challenges of COVID-19. We have since managed to bring the audits up to date, and submissions have been since made to the Department of Labor and other respective councils. On finance and liquidity, for the past 4 years, the union has worked with a flat budget that had no subscription fee increases, working tirelessly on cutting costs and maximizing revenue collection in order to live within our means. So we have, to a large extent, managed to execute the union mandates within these budget constraints, and in some instances relying on credit facilities provided by service providers in order to deliver on some of its mandates. We, however, comrades, need to highlight that other expenses have continued to grow over the past 4 years, whilst our revenue has been stagnant. Our liquidity margins are now very thin, without enough room to fund other programs of the union adequately, which is something that I think that the Congress, as they will be deliberating in commissions, they will have to look at this particular aspect of the finances. And on the union's debts, comrades, we are reporting that over the years, the union has been procuring paraphernalia for its members in the form of diaries and calendars. And we are then identifying or reporting the cost towards those members' paraphernalia for Congress to note. And we are further saying the union continues to service these debts, because these are debts of members' paraphernalia and the legal fees on a monthly basis. And for legal fees, the union has, comrades, engaged its investment company to assist with this debt, so that this debt can actually at some point go off our books. So in overall, we need to evaluate options of improving our revenue inflows so that our debts do not spiral out of our financial capacity. So on cost cutting and deficit reduction measures, we want to report that, comrades, the 11th National Congress emphasized this particular matter, and this collective has since delivered this message without ambiguity to everyone directly affected and indirectly involved with this, with the handling of finances across all structures of the union. And as mentioned earlier on, the union did not increase its subscriptions fee, but rather identified areas of cost-cutting, reprioritizing union programs, and using cash resources of the union optimally. That is what has largely sustained the union from year to year until this 12th National Congress. So the following, comrades, below are some of the cost reduction areas we have been constantly monitoring so as to contain unbudgeted expenditures. The first one was the cell phone and 3G data bundles. And we are reporting that in trying to contain the high expenditures on this particular aspect, the soft locking measures were applied on cell phone packages, and this yielded positive results in as far as containment of cost is contained. And on 3G data, the package was also cut from previous expenditure of 800,000 to a monthly average of 150,000. On Vodacom 3G recoveries, we are also reporting there, comrades, that there were some irregularities as far as the billing was concerned from Vodacom. And through this progress, though the progress was slow, we, however, managed to recover 1.8 million from Vodacom, as indicated by the below table. And as we go to the next page, comrades, on car hire, we have actually tried as much as we can to work around the union policy on car hiring, and we have actually put on strict measures in trying to put reductions on car hire cost, which at some point that was also realized. And on stationary, comrades, we are reporting that this is something that we also realized that it was actually eating on our coffers, and we thought that it will be better that we centralized the stationary buying. And on virtual meetings due to COVID, the benefits of hosting some of our meetings on virtual platforms, we felt that cannot be ignored, as most of our expenditures are incurred on travel, accommodation, and conferencing. So pursuing this option will guarantee, the option of virtual meetings, will guarantee us results in terms of cost saving in the long term, of course, not compromising on tangible service delivery to our members. So since the outbreak of COVID-19, we have seen a significant reduction on traveling costs as virtual platforms were used as an option. On procurement of copiers, it is one of the resolutions mandated by the 11th National Congress. The union evaluated all its major contractual obligations with the objectives of getting the best value of its money. And what the union did, a procurement committee was re-established and convened to look into this, amongst others, the procurement of new copier machines and PABX telephone system. And a new copier contract was concluded in 2019, and these machines are working in all our offices. So we looked at the duration of the contract, which normally, comrades, the duration of our contracts is 5 years. But this time around, as we were signing this contract, we thought that it will be best if we are to sign a 3-year contract so that we do not continue paying full installments for dysfunctional machines. Hence, we had to cut the 2 years and make the contract period 3 years. So the next year, which is 2022, the union will be re-evaluating and reviewing this contract as the 3 years comes to an end. And the table below, comrades, is showing the quantities of the copiers and the amounts which we are paying thereof. And on the procurement of the telephone system, we want to report to Congress that along the same vein, the procurement committee appointed ITEC to install our telephone systems nationally in March 2020. However, comrades, due to COVID, the rollout of this project was severely hampered by the national lockdown and the porting of numbers from the previous service provider who was also not cooperative. We had a challenge there, comrade, from the service provider who was not cooperative, which at the end we had to take each other to court. And we want to report that, comrades, this is what is making us to, as and when we call members, for them to see a private number appearing on their numbers and making them not to answer calls. It is because of this reason which the matter is still at court, and we're hoping that once the court concludes this matter, we'll then be able to get our numbers back. And then on the procurement of working tools as mandated by the 11th National Congress, we received a report that the union's aging infrastructure, pool cars no longer being reliable, our buildings being overdue for renovations, we needed to attend to this. And we are reporting that these, comrades, has since been attended to by the national office bearers. And we are also reporting that the monthly rental of these working tools, which are being reported here, amounts to that money that we pay on a monthly basis to the service provider. And we want to further report that in the year 2017, comrades, the union replaced all its pool cars as they were incurring high maintenance costs. And we then procured about 13 new vehicles with a total cost of 4.8 million. And those old vehicles were traded in as part of the total negotiated package. And all the new vehicles have been since branded. I think we all know that. We are also indicating there, comrades, the type of cars we bought for each province and for the head office. And on the procurement of office furniture, in 2019, the union embarked on an assessment exercise of the state of office furniture in our provincial and regional offices, and a number of offices throughout the country were earmarked to receive new furniture. So the table there, comrade, is just indicating the amount of money we've spent and towards the procurement of office furniture, and the indication of distribution of furniture to provinces. We are further reporting on the extramural activities which took place in Durban, in KZN, and the logistics and organizing of those games, fees thereof. When we go on organizational renewal, comrades, we want to report that branch congresses took place in 2019, and that's the amount that we have spent. And we also reporting on the regional congresses as we are breaking down their, comrades, that in relation to all the the regional congresses which took place in 2019, where 41 branches were managed to sit, and the other 2 were carried over to the following year, and the total cost of the regional congresses thereof. And we also are reporting on provincial congresses and reporting, comrades, that these provincial congresses were supposed to have taken place in the year 2020. However, COVID-19 happened and disrupted the planning and processes, with venues being unable to host these gatherings due to the capacity limitations imposed by COVID-19 restrictions. And the table below, comrade, is illustrating the provinces and the budget towards the provincial congresses, and comrades will realize that there are 2 provinces whereby we had to reconvene the provincial congresses which needed an additional budget from what we had initially budgeted for, which was 6.5. But because of the reconvening of those two provinces, the amount of provincial congresses had then to increase to 8.2 million. And on cash contributions towards the provincial congresses, comrades, we are indicating that NIH, which is our investment company, and MHA assisted us in terms of cash contributions. But over and above that, we received sponsored regalia from Old Mutual, Sanlam, and MHA, and we are also indicating the cost towards the regalia thereof. And towards this National Congress, comrades, on behalf of the National Office Bearers Collective and the Union, we feel humbled by the level of support we have received from a number of organizations who contributed financially and materially to the hosting of this 12th National Congress. And as this collective, comrades, we want to say to these service providers, your partnership with NEHAWU is immensely appreciated, especially during this COVID-19 pandemic, which has brought financial distress to the cash flow of many organizations. Indeed, true friendship is defined by those who stand with you during these challenging times, because we know that because of COVID-19, as we knocked at your doors, you would have simply said, we are experiencing challenges the same way as you are. But instead, you lended us a hand and assisted us in making sure that this Congress is a success. And we are indicating there, comrades, that in terms of cash support, the investment has contributed towards this Congress 10 million, and MHA has contributed 2.3, and Metropolitan has contributed 559,000. And in terms of regalia and material support, those are the sponsors we have received from different organizations, and the quantities thereof, including the total in terms of what amount went into those regalia in terms of the support. We're thinking that, comrades, it was important for us to bring in NEHAWU SACCO as part of this report, which we are not going to get into reading it, comrades. Comrades can go through it, but safe to say that, comrades, NEHAWU SACCO is still our brainchild, and we want to report, as indicated by the report, that we are still working together with NEHAWU SACCO, and we're hoping that those who are not members, they will still join NEHAWU SACCO. We extracted this report from their report, and we thought that we should actually bring it here for Congress to look at it, and perhaps it may assist Congress in their discussions in commissions. And in terms of the investment company, we are also reporting here, comrades, about the investment company and its assistance in terms of the work that they have been doing in between Congresses in assisting the union to make sure that as and when we are confronted with financial challenges, they then come to party. And we want to speak to the renovation of other union properties, as we are indicating there, comrades, that in terms of the provincial congresses, and the 12 national congresses, the amount there, comrades, on page 12, which the investment has actually assisted us with. And we'll straight go to the renovation of properties. Comrades will know that we have NEHAWU House, we have the provincial office of the Eastern Cape, and we had the Rustenburg property, which have since been sold. So we thought that, comrades, it's important that we bring this into the report, as this will actually tally with the importance of us as a union purchasing the property, as this will ultimately increase the market value of our properties and the value of our assets. So we felt that it's important that the Congress should note the importance, as the Congress did give us a mandate in the 11th National Congress that we must purchase a property for the organization so that we don't continue renting out, but rather have our own properties. But the report will indicate as to how far are we in terms of implementing that resolution. And we actually felt that it's important that we come and report about the Chedza Trust audit to this Congress, that since inception of the trust, we only did the audit for the period of 2005 to 2017, and from 2018 to 2019, the auditors issued unqualified or clean opinions. That is the vision for the investment, and we want to go straight to the revenue analysis for the union for 2017 up to 2020, that the union's revenue inflows are mainly made up of the following, which is your membership subscriptions, your agency fees, and the commission fees. So we are reporting there, comrades, that it is important that these income streams are monitored on a monthly basis to observe any fluctuations and delayed payments. So depending on the causes of these fluctuations, the union will need to actively and decisively address before matters go out of hand. And in this part of the report, we also want to examine the details of the revenue during the past 4 years, and we report further on the performance and progress so as to establish the extent to which the resolutions of the last Congress were implemented and how they have impacted to our financial reporting. So on membership subscriptions, the union has over the past 4 years not adjusted its membership ceiling as illustrated on the table below. So the union has absorbed most of its expenses through cost cutting. So that is what, comrades, the table below is indicating, that the last time we increased the ceiling was in 2017 to, with 8 rands, because we were paying a subscription fee of 72 rands, and in 2017 we increased with 8 rand to 80 rands, and 2018 up to now we have never increased the ceiling or adjusted the ceiling, because comrades will know that we are actually not paying subs as per what the Constitution is expecting of us, that we should be paying 1% of our salaries. We have looked into economic factors and other things, but we think that Congress should deliberate looking at the increasing cost or expenses of the organization. Perhaps the Congress should then assist in terms of giving us a mandate as to what should happen going forward. On On revenue graph analysis, comrades, the revenue inflows have since been subdued over the period, with the following observations: that decline in some subscription fees, receipts from government institutions. There's been loss of agency fees at AXA and Michael House, as indicated on the left column of the report on page 14. And we have since realized the decline of agency fees at SARS, clinics, and AMSCO. And during the same period, the union entered into new agency agreements with SASSA, SAPS, and Heritage Resources. Now, we want to recommend to Congress that with the above trends or revenue trends and below expenditure patterns, we want to recommend that the NEC or this Congress mandates to the NEC and the CEC to assess and evaluate options of improving our revenue inflows so that the union can maintain its financial capacity to discharge its mandates successfully. Because failure to do that, comrades, our programs will suffer going forward. So in terms of the expenditure analysis for 2017 and 2020, the union's expenses are mainly comprised of contractual obligations whose prices and rates are largely determined by several economic factors. On employment costs, office rentals, affiliation fees, and members' paraphernalia are such expenses which escalate annually due to inflation. So over the years, the union has to some extent managed to absorb these increases whilst cutting costs on other expenses. So we bring to the attention of the Congress that the monthly allocations to provinces has not changed in the past 4 years. And this has actually affected the day-to-day running of provinces, because from time to time, their allocation gets exhausted and they have to then call in and request for further assistance from the national office. So we are further saying, comrades, in terms of the expenses patterns, we are illustrating there, comrades, our expenditure patterns for the past 4 years, where comrades will realize that how have we been using or receiving, how much have we been receiving, and how have we been utilizing what was coming into our coffers, and what has actually led to deficit that we are always talking about. And the graph below, comrades, is indicating that our expenses have been increasing over the past years, and the decrease in expenditure in 2020 was as a result of COVID lockdowns, which affected the larger part of the last year. So we are not going to go into the attached financials, but we are going to just talk in summary form on the financial performance of the year 2017 to 2020 as attached, that the union's annual projected budgets for the past 4 years are informed by programs of the union, which are illustrated below. And we want to indicate that, comrades, in 2017, the union projected a budget with a surplus of 2.6 million. And in 2018, our projected budget had a deficit of 20.8 million. And in 2019, our projected budget had a deficit of 61.7 million. And for 2020, our projected budget had a deficit of 41.9 million. So our audited financials for the same period show the following figures, comrades, that as you look at our revenue, you will realize that, comrades, our revenue versus our expenses, including what we have since had as a surplus versus a deficit, that it's only in 2 financial years where we realized a surplus, which is in 2017 and in 2018. But in 2019 and 2020, we actually realized a deficit of 22.4 million for 2019 and a deficit of 9.3 million for 2020. So in terms of reaffirming the outstanding resolutions, we want to report that, comrades, we are actually having about 3 outstanding resolutions which we think that Congress should take note of, which the first one is the purchase of property, that the challenge there, comrades, was due to negative deficits on our financials. The union struggled to find financial institutions to fund this project, and due to changing macroeconomic environment, this decision must be pursued in the future. And on tertiary subscriptions and agency fees, we are saying, comrades, there, several engagements were made with tertiary institutions, where majority of tertiary institutions are now complying with the current subscription fee of the union. However, the collection of agency fee from tertiary institutions remains outstanding, and engagements must continue until both parties agree on a way forward. And then on update and implementation of the finance manual, this is still work in progress as we are reporting, comrades. And we thought that we should then be reporting or speaking to Congress on the short-term and long-term objectives that we are putting for ourselves as a national union, that over the past 2 years, the union finds itself in unfamiliar territory with a number of challenges to overcome. On the political front, the alliance is not in good shape. Our members have been let down by government in terms of the implementation of Resolution 1 of 2018. And on the other hand, COVID-19 pandemic has impacted severely our working environment. So it is therefore important that any financial strategy adopted is cognizant of these challenges, but at the same time ensuring that the union can be able to discharge its mandate into foreseeable future. We further speak on short-term and medium-term objectives on the below table, and I think we have touched on this, comrade, in relation to our properties, but we feel that we need to maintain our union properties, in particular the 2, because the 3rd one has since been sold, which is the Rustenburg one. So we need to make sure that we maintain NEHAWU House and the Eastern Cape Provincial Office and bring them up to the standard that is satisfactory. And we also thought that it's important that on the revenue collection, we need to make sure that we collect the correct revenue in terms of subscriptions, and also address the issue of a deficit, because we can't forever and every time be adopting a budget with a deficit. I don't think it's giving an organization a good picture. So in the long-term objectives, we're thinking that we still need to pursue the purchasing of property. We also need to work on reducing the legal fees and also conclude the work on the finance manual so that we are then able to comply up to the latter. So in relation to the change of auditors, we are reporting to Congress that as mandated by this Congress, we have since changed and appointed new auditors who are the current auditors auditing us. And the table on page 19 is showing the audited financial results for the past 4 years, comrades, which we think that Congress can just look at that because it's important that comrades should look at our revenue and the escalating expenses the union is finding itself in. Because it is quite true that, comrades, our revenue is not enough to can actually satisfy our expenses, which are escalating every time. So on our annual evaluations of audit opinions, we have since reported on this, comrades, but what the auditors are emphasizing, comrades, is that our union's liabilities are exceeding our assets. So it is something that we think that we really need to look into because we can't be an organization without assets, comrades. Congress should also have a look at that. And in conclusion, comrades, we want to say despite the challenges inherited by this collective, coupled with complications and restrictions imposed by COVID-19 pandemic, over the past 2 years, we are happy that through your cooperation, we managed to achieve the following. We managed to cut down on costs. We managed to prioritize programs within our financial capacity so that no unjustifiable subscription increases passed on to our members. Provinces and regions have been refurnished. Pool cars were replaced and working tools were upgraded. Congresses have managed to convene despite COVID-19 restrictions. The current deficit challenge can be resolved as we have done so in the past. So there is no unsurmountable